This is the final boarding call for all joining us for the roundtable. Please, if you're through with breakfast, join us here. You can come along with your tea, your coffee. We don't want anyone standing when we start, please. Ladies and gentlemen, all is set for us to begin. I ask that we all remain seated as we begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Good morning, distinguished guests, CTIOs, industry leaders, innovators, and partners. I am Zuri, your AI co-MC, and it is my privilege to welcome you to this conference on AI and the future of business. I am not hosting this journey alone. I am pleased to be joined by an exceptional human co-MC, Jerry Ajololo, who will be bringing his unique energy, perspective, and connection to today's conversations.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for my co-MC, Zuri. It's official. My job is under threat. Put your hands together for AI. It's such a beautiful morning right here at the Labadi Beach Hotel where we reconvene again as the leaders in our space, as CTIOs for our Roundtable Africa 2026. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Clearly, even in spite of the rain, we still have a good attendance and we want to make maximum use of that. Today, we're joined by great friends who have come from across the continent. I'm talking about MTN Business Africa. Please make them welcome with a round of applause. We receive with great delight also Biobab, ladies and gentlemen. How about a big round of applause for our friends from MTN? I beg your pardon, they are no longer MTN, they are Mobile Money Limited. Put your hands together for them. And ladies and gentlemen, they gladden my heart whenever I see them. I'm talking about Genosis. Let's hear it up for them too. Who else don't we have here? I tell you what, let's do something. Do you all have this on your table? Show my hand if you have it. I need to identify every stakeholder who is here, apart from Genosis, apart from MTN Business Africa. I want you to study this card. It's called the bingo card. You see a number of questions there, and you've been provided pens. You're going to go around and speak with whoever you come across. Find out their music. Music is their stress scope. If that is their stress scope, write their name. Has a personal rule no one breaks. If you find somebody in that category, write his name. Used AI to write a message they didn't know how to start. My brother Biam Adadevo, you are, where is he? Aha, there he is. Took a career risk others didn't understand. That one, our very own Angela. Plays a sport, Chris. Book recommendation. Hits the gym often. That one I can't say for some people. But ladies and gentlemen, your work starts now. At the end of it, I have some amazing prizes for you all. 10 minutes is all we have. Let's get to know each other. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to step out of your seats. You can't do this in your comfort zone. We did this many years ago. Somebody got a wife, so please. Please don't settle on one person. Go round a number of people. At least 10 people.
Welcome to my YouTube channel. Today, put the final touch. There we have it. Don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Take 5 minutes, guys.
People, the hustle is real, but Ghanaians are pushing it. I have been so inspired by what people are doing. If you now, you know, do for yourself. Nobody will do for you, so you for do now.
Every step, every story, and every hustle. We're backing your journey. Together, let's build that dream from the start to something spectacular. MTN.
Welcome to my YouTube channel. Today, put the final touch. There we have it. Don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Take 5 minutes, guys.
simple. The hustle is real, but Ghanaians are pushing it. I have been so inspired by what people are doing. If you now you know do for yourself, nobody go do for you. So you for do am.
Every step, every story, and every hustle. We're backing your journey. Together, let's build that dream from the start to something spectacular. MTN.
Five minutes to go. Make sure you tick every box. You fill every box. We have under 3 minutes to go. I can see some people setting their own questions. first three who have ticked all the boxes. If you're one, let me have you on stage. Who has finished filling all the boxes? Do we have a finalist? If you're finished, let's see you on stage. We just need 3 people. We need 2 more. We have 1. Stage mic. 1, 2, 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 1 completed form. We need the last 2. Going. Going. If you're finished, let's see you on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 amazing prizes. You don't want the 2 of them to walk away with everything. 1 more. Just 1 more. If you've ticked all the boxes, let's have you on stage. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We have our 3 finalists. Please be seated, please be seated. Let's find out what the outcomes are. Okay, madam, would you mind reading through?
Okay.
Yeah, the question and then
Music is their stress escape. Manza has a personal rule no one breaks. Ustaz used AI to write a message they did not know how to start. Daniel uses data dashboards every week. Kofi has KPI tied to digital transformation. Grace has migrated a system to the cloud. Fidaus speaks more than 4 languages. Michael, family guy stroke lady. Sadiq took a career risk others did not understand. Same Fidaus. Plays a sport. Steven hits the gym often. Hilton, book recommendation. Louisa, that's Alchemist. One of my favorite books.
yeah.
Still codes. Bernard, morning coffee or nothing. Michael, met someone new at this event. Joseph, food lover. Angela,
Hey.
uses an MTN service or product. Grace reads a tech newsletter regularly. Emmanuel has launched a tech startup or product. Mills argue with an AI response. Aisha being on a broadcast or spoken at a conference. Jerry
Oh.
has a flight booked in the next 30 days. Alison posts on LinkedIn often. Karen, pet mom stroke dad. Hilton,
Lovely. Please pass the ball.
Good morning. Okay. Music is their stress escape. Dennis has a personal rule no one breaks. Ibrahim use AI to write a message they don't understand. Joshua uses
Oh, you got, oh, really? Okay.
Uses data dashboards every week. Peter. As KPI tied to digital transformation. Inusa. Ibrahim. Has migrated a system to the cloud. Kobe. Speaks more than 4 languages. Abel. Family guy or lady. Godwin. Takes a career risk others did not understand. Rex. Plays a sport. Gilbert. Hits the gym often. Hester. Book recommendation. Isaiah. Still codes. John. Morning coffee or nothing. Michael. Met someone new at this event. Samuel. Food lover. Mr. Hansen. Uses an MTN service or product. Abel. Reads a tech newsletter regularly. Emmanuel. Has launched a tech startup or a product. Michael. Argue with an AI response. Francis. Been on a broadcast or spoken at an event. Peter. Has a flight booked in the next 30 days. Rest. Post on LinkedIn often. Rahel. Pet mom or dad. Peter.
All right.
Okay. Music in their stress escape. Juliet. Has migrated the system to the cloud. Inusa. Hits the gym often. Philip. Met someone new at this event. Kekeli. Argue with an AI response. Gilbert. Has a personal rule no one breaks. Bill. Speaks more than 4 languages. Amadou. Book recommendation. Francis. Food lover. Tanko. Being on a podcast and spoken at a conference. Angela. Use AI to write the message they don't know. Hester. Family guy. Kojo. Uses MTN as a service. Still Kojo. Has a flight booked in 30 days. Angela. Uses dashboards every week. Hester. Took a career risk others didn't understand. Sarah. From permanent to a contract role. Still codes. Michael. Reads a tech newsletter regularly. John. Posts on LinkedIn often. Fortune. Has KPI tied to digital transformation. Corsa. Plays a sports. Kojo. Morning coffee or nothing. Louisa. Has launched a tech startup. Richard. And pet mom and dad. Royal.
Congratulations to you all. What you have just done is to give me data to develop a new AI software, CTIO. Please, a round of applause for the finalists. Please hold on. You can't do this work for free. Please make welcome Godwin Azima as he presents their prizes to them. Can we have the prizes come forth? Are we ready? I think the rains have delayed the prizes. I tell you what, let's defer and do that intermittently in the course of the event. Please, a round of applause as they take their seats. Oh, we're ready now. Okay, please. And this is how we bolster technology, innovation, and collaboration across the continent as we assemble as the brightest minds in technology, telecommunications, and innovation to share industry insights, discuss challenges, and find solutions to digital transformation in a globally connected world while supporting local innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. It's official. MTN Ctio Roundtable Africa 2026. Let's begin our deliberations with a message from MTN Business. Please lend your attention to the screen.
She is pleased. Pascal is showing his boss the efficient new technology they've installed. she is pleased. But now she's asking, why is that still there? Pascal explains that he hired a security guard to protect the data shed. The boss is not so pleased anymore. If you haven't upgraded to cloud storage yet, it's time to get business done better with MTN Business.
This is the banking app that makes you live a lot more. Even when the family is apart, connection is just a tap away with the Stanbic app.
That's my daughter. Oh! I've got this.
Yay! You are the best!
Thank you.
You don't go listen anything. Every day I beg. Why? The water is free.
Ghana Water Disconnection Team.
Level up to one secure experience and do more with the Stanbic Bank app.
Grandma, oh yeah, guy!
And with Spend Insights, you instantly understand your spending, so planning becomes effortless. Download the Stanbic app now on the Google Play and Apple App Store.
Is everything okay?
Oh my God.
And this is what we do at MTN Business, ladies and gentlemen, driving innovation and collaboration that empowers businesses and societies across Africa. Put your hands together one more time. We meet today to explore a very important theme, AI and the future of business. We're grateful for the presence of our colleagues from MTN Business Africa. Make them welcome again with a round of applause. We salute also the ex-com from MTN Ghana. Please make them welcome. Biobab is here ensuring wholesale connectivity. Please make them welcome once again. Our representatives from Mobile Money Limited also join us. Keynote has joined us yet again. Please, a round of applause. And to you all, CIOs, CTIOs, distinguished delegates, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to this all-important event. Here to officially welcome us and to set the tone of this occasion is a woman we know all too well, the Chief Enterprise Business Officer of MTN Ghana. She is driving the intelligent digitalization of Ghana's enterprise sector, deploying digital transformation and thereby advancing connectivity to accelerate growth across SMEs, large corporates, and government institutions. She's yours and mine, Madam Angela Mensah Poku.
Good morning, everybody. I keep on saying that I will not wear a long skirt and high heels. Every year we struggle with these stairs. The inclusivity clearly is not there. So, welcome everybody. I'm really pleased to see so many friendly faces and seeing faces that we saw last year and the year before. I'm truly grateful. If you remember, it rained last year and there were a few comments around how AI cannot influence the weather, but maybe we have to change the month that we do this to avoid the rain. But anyway, good morning and welcome again. Welcome to the 4th annual Ctio Roundtable, hosted by MTN Business in proud partnership with Keynote Africa. Look around the room. The people seated here today are not spectators of change. You are its architects. And the timing of this gathering could not be more timely. We are living through what economists and technologists alike are calling the most consequential technological shift since the Industrial Revolution. The IMF estimates that AI could affect up to 40% of jobs globally, not destroy them, but reshape them, redefining industries and rewiring entire economies. PwC says that AI will contribute 13.7, who got that? Yeah, trillion. I heard someone say that. Trillion dollars in the global economy by 2030. And Africa. Africa is not left out. We are not a footnote in this story. Africa is a chapter still being written, and we are the ones that will hold the pen. This year's theme, AI and the future of business, driving inclusion, sustainability, and industry transformation, is not just a conference slogan, it's a provocation. A question directed at each of us, which is, what will you do with this moment? Because here is the real uncomfortable truth. AI does not respect incumbency. It does not reward legacy. It rewards those bold enough to adapt and be brave enough to experiment and take control of the opportunity. And those people that are grounded enough, our people, are at the center of every single decision. At MTN Business, we have made our decision. We are not here to simply sell connectivity. We are here to build the digital backbone of a thriving Ghanaian and African economy, one that leaves no business behind, whether you are a trader in Keynote and you're using mobile money, or whether or not you're running hybrid infrastructure across West Africa. Inclusion is not our charity, it's our strategy. Sustainability is no longer a box to tick. The businesses that ensure that they will be here in the next decade are those that build with a conscience. Using AI not just to cut cost, but to reduce emissions, close service gaps, detect fraud before it even affects our communities, to deliver healthcare beyond our limits. The technology exists. The only question is whether we have the will to deploy. This room is a real place. The conversations we have today, the partnerships that are formed, the ideas that we challenge, the commitments that we make is a matter beyond these four walls. So my ask is very simple. Come with your curiosity. Disagree, if you will, but make sure you leave with at least one thing that you will do differently because you heard something that pricked your mind today. And so this is the fourth CTIO Roundtable, and I would like to welcome you all again and say, let's get to work. Thank you.
Madam Angela Mensapoku, ladies and gentlemen, is our Chief Enterprise Officer, MTN Business. Please put your hands together. And so we get working by building the digital backbone of a thriving Ghanaian and African enterprise. That is what we are committed to do at MTN Business. Let's find out from those who are in healthcare. How many of you are here? Healthcare. Healthcare, okay. Financial services. Nice one. Travel and airlines. Retail, FMCG. FMCG, okay. Manufacturing. Okay. Pharmaceutical. Anybody from infrastructure? Construction. Okay. Oh, you are from, okay. So let's check out something. For our friends in financial services, currently the Bank of America's virtual assistant, Erica, has surpassed 3 billion client interactions globally, helping users with interactions and transactions, queries, and financial insights. Now, with healthcare, Mona by Clinomic A medical on-site assistant helps doctors and nurses manage ICU patients by consolidating, analyzing, and visualizing patients' data in real time. If you are in travel, I have bad news for you. One major air carrier is using AI agents to help customers complete common transactions like rebooking flights or rerouting bags, freeing human agents to handle more complex issues. Even this morning on the BBC, Japan is employing robots to lift luggage into the plane. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of work will be determined by AI. How can we understand the future of business with AI if we don't take a look at the past? And so, ladies and gentlemen, walking us through the evolution of tech in Africa is a storyteller, Nana Asase.
We have a message for the future. We have a message sent across time. We have a message also from the past. Can you drop your phone and listen to your heart? And then you would know that all of us are travelers. We have come down many pathways to the center. So welcome to the center of the world. Welcome to this place where in the beginning there was one digital click and maybe there was light. Welcome to this place where we learn that our frames are too small to hold our souls, and so each of us holds a bit of the other in trust. From the skins of the talking drum, between those things sent by a single thread, how many do we have now? Can we count the cables laid beneath the seas? But more importantly, can you look at your neighbor's eyes? How many messages can you decode at once? Fear, anxiety, love, health. We have sent too many messages that we can never decode. And so I tap my feet, you cross yours. Let us get to work, my people. How would a typical day on the farm in 1462 look like? Harvesting cocoyams, harvesting plantains, and then shouting to 3 farms away that there is fire coming here, or there is an animal approaching the village and we must prepare our defenses, all the way down to how our intergalactic ballistic missiles look like in our own defense. How far have we come? How far have we come? Back in the day, we would enjoy the jolly rides in the backs of the Poda, in the backs of those nanny trucks. Once upon a time, we sent messages from the past, and today we are receiving messages, and we are coding ourselves and sending it to the future. What will the future hold of us? What will the future call us? Pointing which fingers at us? When a child points his hands at an elder, it could be one of 3 things: a greeting, a blessing, or many sabbatical things I could not mention, my people. What messages are we sending to the future? You want to take a paper and a pen? Dear future son-in-law, dear prodigy, dear one who will write poetry like me, dear one who will hold the biggest position in MTN one day, how have we come this way? It might be a virtual one. I wish I had brought my virtual assistant, but that is you. That is AI. That is Anyami, my friend. That is your intelligence. That is African intelligence. Hello, Africa. This is a time to show the world that we are those people who sent the very first messages in the beginning from the Olduvai Gorge and sent it to the rest of the continents. And so we are truly that message that needs to be listened to in these times. Tech, health, transport, whichever way we have chosen to work the earth and bring it up to this world and bring it up to this point, concrete jungles, poles coming up all over, my people, let us not lose our humanness in the midst of all of these things. Every time I've heard MTN, I have told you my time is now. Let there be light. Too many lights that we can share. Let us make the very best of it, for it took a single spark through the kerosene lamps, and then candles, and then wires, and then bulbs, so that young women in the back alleys of Africa could read their dreams and stand confidently in the face of the world and say, I still have a dream. I still have dreams of days when we would not need these bulbs to click, and we would need the bulbs in our minds to click on, and knowledge would be seamless. Ago. The burdens of a great vision weigh the shoulders of the mind, my people. And so a child wonders how it feels like to be an adult. And then the adult feels the weight of what it feels to lead a generation coming from behind them. But the bigger burden is, how do we hand the baton over to the future without losing essentially what it is from the past? Past, present, future, the biggest equation is you, and you, and you, and I will always be the storyteller here to remind you how your early days were. Sir, you have the whole world encoded in your hands now, but back in the day, you would have to consume 365 books, one for every single day, to learn geography, get a little bit about healthcare, run many kilometers before you are able to meet a doctor. Hello, doc. These are my signs and symptoms. These are my signs and wonders to show the world that I am not well, but gradually I am learning to heal, and my name is Africa. Africa, in all of it, AI. Can we have this conversation? A lot of us might think we will get replaced. No, we will get enhanced. But you see, what you actually do, who you actually are, is one of the most difficult things that AI could ever do. You remain in touch to ensure that it is ethical, and then we hold the back ends. We choose how to tell our stories, my people. We choose how to shape the destinies that have yet to enter the thoughts of time. And so these are the junctions where borders are broken from the north, south, east, and west. The center will hold, and it's no mistake that we today sit at the center. My people, I came to leave you a simple message. Listen to the music. Place your hand on your chest. Listen to your heartbeat. How many more kilometers to the future? How many more kilometers before we are totally paperless? How many more kilometers before we are totally clueless of what the future holds? Let us realize the road we have left behind is shorter up till this point. The road ahead is longer than the ones we have left behind. And so give me your fingers. Give me the greatness. Give me everything we will code for 70 years down the line. All of us will be gone. But just as we receive messages from the distant past, we would have projected ourselves into the future. This is Keynote, exclusive to Ghana, we say. But you see, it's different motifs, tell different stories from different parts of the world. Each one could be another subject of a CTIO conference. We would never finish telling these stories. We would never finish creating our innovations, for change is the only dynamic constant. We are here to be a gateway of empowerment for all the dreams we hold. Bring them into reality, bring them into actual time. Africa has come a long way, and we are proud to take it slow and undergo all the organic changes that we are wont to go through. And then, finally, we have our space at the tables of the world, not only as consumers of technology, we are actually now creators. What do we want the world to know? Ago. Pick up your phones now. Pick up your phones now. Pick up your phones now. Take a very good selfie. You want to place a filter over it. Place a filter over it. Media team, please, you can employ virtually anybody in this room, and it is feasible. We are entering that space where skills and ability come into the place of all the things that we believe. Write a simple note at the foot of this picture. Make a beautiful memory out of it. A year from now, whichever filter you place on it, write 1964. Exactly 1 minute 57 seconds rolling out this video took me back to when in 1957 Nkrumah said, "We face neither east nor west, we face forward." And so we do not have any options, my people. We have to keep up with the world. It's beautiful to work hard. We have done that up to this point. But at this juncture, we choose to work smart. We choose to shoot ourselves. Time traveling, we have come a long way, but no, longer still to go. This story might get boring at a point, like you waking up every single day and running your routine for 35 years. My people, I came to simply remind you, your seat is meant for you. You might want to mark export if perchance we happen to be here next year. To check if you sit in that same posture, how many movements did you make? Ask co-pilot who might be recording all of this. And so we code ourselves now. Send it to the future, not on typewriters, not on computer screens. Maybe a time comes when there will be another digital click and all of this reality goes back to sleep. I have been young. When I was a child, growing up was a dream. I am here and I call it harsh reality. Let me bring you out of the world of artifice into Africa's reality, my people, where still millions of our people struggle for good access to healthcare, access to potable water. All our stark realities stare us in the face. But solution? Artificial intelligence, AI, like fire is spreading wild all over the world. How do we harness it? It could be a bad master, but we know better to tame it and to use it for all the various ends that we choose. Well, I'm a consumer of statistics, of history, but most importantly, quality. We will not die the death of dreams. And so, this story has yet to start from the beginning. If you stop playing this video and I stop talking and this song ceases, everything that remains is the world is in your hands, creating seamless possibilities, my people, that each of us has a place to hold, like stars show up and leave when the sun is done with its work through all of it. One day, we will buckle up. We have been to space, they say. We will buckle up, and Africa will be in space if we are not there already. What is possible? What is not? Ancestral knowledge, virtual reality, tradition and modernity is the only way we survive in times which keep changing. What the future brings, I do not know. Make sure you keep one of these beads for 70 years when we are no longer here. Place it at the foot of this picture you took in that beautiful frame, written 1957, when the Osajifo said, "We choose not to shed our skins, but we choose to ensure that each time you take a bath, my people, you leave the bath water to nourish earth." I'm the Writer King who sips communion wine from the calabash. I did not come to pour libation. And so please, let the video stop. Thank you. Let the music stop. Thank you. This story has yet to be ended how you choose it. Good morning, Africa.
A beautiful story well told by the Writer King who sips communion wine with the gods, showcasing that intersection of tradition and modernity and how it comes into play as we dwell on the future of business and AI. It's important that as we reflect on this theme, we also build upon what we did last year, AI-driven innovation transforming business strategies and operational efficiency. Our keynote speaker last year did a yeoman's job by laying a strong foundation for what we're going to contemplate today. He comes to us with a deep technical and business expertise, supported by strong academic foundations. Having served as CIO for many organizations, his extensive professional background spans several key industries, including banking, logistics, insurance, and consulting, and includes significant experience across markets in Ghana, the United Kingdom, and in Europe. He is a senior member of the MTN team, as well as being an active member of the executive team of MTN Ghana, with a career defined by a logical and analytic approach to complex problem solving. He specializes in executing strategies that ensure optimal quality, security, and functionality, always with a primary focus on improving the overall customer experience. Fellow Africans, hear him like a fellow African, and non-Africans, listen to him with an open mind. AI and the future of business. Please make welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Bernard Aqua.
Hello? Hello, good morning. I trust we are doing well today. Hey, are we not sure? Okay, so first of all, let me acknowledge the attendance of all executives from MTN, all the other colleagues at the front, and for all of you for making it here today. This is my third keynote. I don't know why I wasn't at the first one, but that's a different conversation. And for my first keynote, I wrote a speech. I stood behind the lectern and I gave a speech. And then even as I was giving the speech, I was getting bored. So I decided that henceforth, I won't do speeches. My keynote will be a presentation. I'll walk through topics, I'll share with you my insights, and hopefully I'll still get the same message across to you. So please sit comfortably. I've got 20 minutes to take you through AI and the future of business. I'm not working. Let me go back. Oops. Okay, so I've split my talk into two bits. One is the general topic on AI, where we are right now with business. And last year, the year before, most of the questions I got was jobs, 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 right? And I think Nana Asase just said it. He said what? AI will not replace you, it will enhance you, right? So I put a section in there just on jobs. Hopefully, I'll answer all the questions before we get to the end. Okay, so AI is what we call a horizontal technology. And seeing as you're all experts, I probably have wasted my time with this slide, but let me just explain. So a horizontal technology is a technology that cuts across use cases. It's not geared for a particular purpose. So let me use an example. If I manufacture a really good drill for mining, well, I can use it for mining. Maybe I'm able to use it to do a road, perhaps. But that's about it. It's a vertical technology. A horizontal technology cuts across everything. It can be used in all kinds of different places, all kinds of different scenarios. AI is the latest horizontal technology. Why do I say this? Don't look at me. The Bezos, I think we all know him. He said 2 weeks ago, AI is the latest horizontal technology. So I guess he knows a bit more than me, right? AI is shaping every sector. What it means basically is we're at the cusp of a revolution, right? Across everything that we do in business, in commerce, in our daily lives. AI is that pivotal. You look at the examples, steam power, electricity, internet. These are technologies that cut across everywhere, and AI is just the latest one in the chain. It's reshaping everything, okay? There's a couple of statistics here you can read, so I don't need to read all of it, but you can see that there's a big growth in autonomy, a big growth in agents. Advancement. And the cycle right now for doubling capacity or capability is 7 months. I would say probably we're talking about 1 month very soon, where the capability of AI is doubling as we're moving, okay? And in terms of parity with experts, because people always say, oh, AI is never as smart as the experts. Well, we're very close to the point where it will be a 50-50 conversation now around expertise with experts and an AI model that's well trained. So you can see that we're heading to a point where AI can really enhance where we're going as humans, all right? Now, despite all the conversation around the economy, conversation around jobs, investment still is rising in AI, okay? Investment is still rising. 74% of global leaders plan to increase AI investment in the year ahead. Money doesn't go somewhere just for nothing. There's a reason why that investment is going in, okay? And the average spend is also growing over the next 12 months because companies see the benefit of it. So as businesses, as CTIOs, it is on us to show business benefit to our companies, to our boards, to our executive teams around what AI can do for your organization, all right? Agentic AI, if you do anything with AI today, you know that we're going from a world where somebody said where AI is a glorified Google search to a real autonomous or semi-autonomous agents. Okay, the rise of agentic AI is changing the dynamics of where we are today. And it is growing in terms of the use cases people are using agents for. All right, so if you're not in the space of agentic AI, I would encourage you to begin to look at that. Okay, and if you know me, you know that I like to give lists. So this is my first list. Key drivers of AI success. Okay, so beyond the spend, key drivers, productivity gains. It's a fact that if you use AI effectively, you will get productivity gains. Number 2, cost savings. Okay, please, I'm not talking about people and jobs. All right, so let's not get too carried away. But the big thing for businesses today, and I think in MTN as well as anywhere else, we don't really look at cost savings. We don't really look at productivity gains. We also look at revenue. If you go to your CFO for money to spend on AI, he or she is going to talk about, okay, you're going to save us money, great. You're going to be quicker, wonderful. But are we going to make more revenue? Okay, so if you're a CTIO, if you're a CIO, you need to put on that hat that says, there's no business that runs away from making more revenue, right? So if you can find a way to couch what you're planning to do, right, in the space of saving money as well as making money, enhancing efficiencies, then that's like the jackpot, the bingo, right? And then smarter decisions, clearly. If you train an AI model well enough, you have a well-trained AI assistant, it can only enhance an input into your decision making, okay? So again, it's about enhancing. It's not about replacing you, because there is something innate with humans that until we get to AGI, and this is not a topic on deep AI, so I don't need to talk about AGI, but until we get to that point, we're not to the point where AI is really, really going to be essentially working on its own. It's about enhancing what we as humans bring to the table, okay? Now, it's not all good news, or rather, it's not all smooth sailing. We have to worry about security. We have to talk about privacy of data. We have to talk about governance of AI. And we have to talk about how we change in terms of people, training, reskilling, change management. Okay, so AI on its own will not just happen without you factoring these into your thinking. Okay? Next topic is cybersecurity, AI threats. Now, AI is a tool. It's a tool. The tool can be used for good or ill. Okay? Now, in the last few weeks, we've really seen a big growth in cybersecurity-related incidents related to AI. For those of you who are in this space, you will know we have Axios, we have Trivi. There's a few incidents of AI threats where AI is being used almost as a Trojan to infect internal development teams. So it's not about you having a firewall and then you defending your company against someone coming in. Now, AI tools are infecting development tools, infecting internal products. So as a CIO, CTIO, you need to be mindful of this. As you are bringing the efficiencies in, you must also realize that the bad actors are just as interested in using that tool for bad as you are trying to use it for good. Okay? Hence, the recent project Glasswing. I don't know how many of you have heard about Glasswing from Anthropic, where it makes sense, right? If people are using AI to attack you, then maybe you should also use AI to see how you can defend yourself. So there's a whole movement around how we use AI to actually create defensive capability to fight against cybersecurity attacks. And that's because some of the newer models that have come out now are so sophisticated, they are finding vulnerabilities in software that everybody thought was clean. Okay? Anthropic has actually stopped releasing their latest model because the model is so sophisticated that they were scared about just what it would find out. In fact, not that they were scared of what it would find. They found vulnerabilities in software. And they were that concerned that they decided not to release that model, okay, and create this project with Google and other big hitters out there to see how they can use this for good, okay? I dare say, in due course, there will be a model with that same level of sophistication, but without the same level of ethics to defend us against it. So when it comes to cybersecurity, for those of us in this space, you may be a CIO, you may have a CISO, but security and AI is a big topic. 5 principles quickly for scale. So how do you scale AI and things to think about in transforming your organization for AI? Human accountability. Just because you're using AI doesn't mean we are devoid of accountability. We're still accountable as leaders for what the tool does, right? And I keep stressing it's a tool. So you can't blame the AI if you didn't guide it to where you want it to go to. We still maintain human accountability. Number 2, rethink your operating model. How are you set up as an organization? What are your structures? How do you utilize AI in your environment for good? How are you building a workforce equipped and ready for the AI era? Okay, because you need to build expertise. Okay, I was having a conversation earlier on with Angela. We were talking about skills. Okay, now if you're a lawyer and you've studied law generically and you use AI to assist you, you're a better lawyer, I would argue. Okay? If you use a tool trained on the law, it only goes so far. And frankly, if you're not a lawyer, you're inclined to believe everything it tells you. But if you're a lawyer, you will know when it's hallucinating. You will know when it's not telling you the right thing. Therefore, it's important for you to equip your people so that even if they're using the tools, they can recognize when the tool is leading them astray. Okay? Otherwise, they'll follow blindly. Transparency-driven trust. You know, we say trust but verify, right? So build confidence in visible, explainable AI operations. I don't think we're at the point yet where AI is a total black box. You need to still work with the AI models to explain to you their reasoning, explain to you the logic they followed, so that when it seems to have gone off a little bit awry, which they tend to do, you can bring it back on track. So it's very important. And then last but not least, disciplined experimentation. Disciplined experimentation. So innovate, but innovate in a world where you realize that there's a risk inherent to what you're doing. Okay? So please, let's not trust blindly. I don't know if you read recently around some of the issues that have happened with strategies and policies that have come out that AI has somehow infected. So experimentation, carefully managing risk, these are the 5 principles. Okay, so let me now jump to what everybody talks about when I talk about AI. Jobs. How many people think, let me do a quick straw poll. How many people think AI will destroy jobs? Please show by hand. Oh, not many. How many people think AI will create jobs? Okay, good. Last question. How many people think there'll be more jobs created than lost? What about the reverse? Okay, good. Oh, I'm not supposed to give the results. It's just for me, okay? All right, let me talk about jobs. AI is about guiding. It's not about replacing. It's about guiding you to do a better job that you do. The AI is supposed to enhance you. It's not supposed to be a replacement, okay? So the nature of work is shifting. If I look at the way I use AI, first of all, I know what I want to achieve. Then I use the tool to enhance what I do, okay? So if you the basic premise is you must know what you want to do, then use the tool to achieve it. So it's more about steering, it's more about guiding, it's more about instructing, and then you are bringing the supervision, you're bringing the guidance, you're bringing the leadership. It's not about, oh, I want to do something, and then you sit back, and then it just does it, and you're like, wonderful. I have no clue what you've done, but it looks okay, so no. That is when the problem starts. You need to know what you're about, and the tool is enhancing you, okay? So I guess this one speaks to the survey. According to the World Economic Forum in February this year, by 2030, they're estimating that even though there will be about 92 million jobs eliminated by 2030, AI is projected to actually generate 170 million new roles. So according to the World Economic Forum, it's actually a plus in terms of new roles created. It's not about a kind of a descent into job loss, okay? The key point is that routine-heavy tasks, mundane tasks, are the ones that are disappearing. But roles that demand supervision, design, is where AI infusion really comes into play. So I think that was what I was saying earlier on. It's about enhancing you. It's not about replacement. There's a few statistics here. I'm not going to go through all of it in detail. But again, we're talking about a $5.5 trillion risk in terms of skills gap. There's a huge skills gap for AI. So as you enter AI as a business, as a CIO, as a CTIO, the skilling conversation is a critical one because to maintain competitive edge, you do need to have your own level of expertise. You can't just rely on the tooling, okay? So there's a lot of economic value at risk today because we are not as geared to using AI as the potential that AI is bringing. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done by all of us to really exploit the potential of AI. And that's what this slide is really trying to say. So again, just to reiterate, and you can see some of my interesting AI-generated images over there. AI is about doing, it's not doing, it's about guiding, as I've said before. And it's about a tool, right? So you are using it as a tool to enhance you. I think I'm reiterating it just for effect. A few statistics over there, I'm not going to necessarily touch on them, but the key point is the evolution of work, the evolution of business. It's about, I use the word supercharge. It's about supercharging your people to be more efficient, to be more effective in using tools to deliver on capability, okay? So you cannot substitute expertise of your team by replacing that expertise simply by having an AI tool. You get somebody in who knows what they're about, and you enhance them with the tool. Okay, so colleagues, it's about building up our people. It's about building up our staff. It's about reskilling. It's about training of our people to utilize these tools to be even better than they are already. Okay? Human ingenuity amplified, exactly what I just said. So you have people, they know what they're about, they're giving you good value, and it's about enhancing them to add even more value to your business. Okay? So, another set, a list. I'm almost done. So, Please bear with me. Okay, key principles that I'd like you to please take away with you. AI is foundational. It's a horizontal technology that is fundamentally reshaping all industries, not just incrementally improving them, it's reshaping them. Collaboration is key. And in this case, we're talking about human-AI collaboration. Okay? It's about working together with the tools. Net, there will be more jobs created than lost. Okay? So there will be a lot more jobs created than lost. When electricity was invented, it didn't exist, right? How did we light our homes? We use candles, we use lanterns, we use everything else. Today we have electrical engineers, we have people in the electricity space. Those roles didn't exist, okay? I would hazard it that candle makers shrunk in number, but then in their place came a whole industry, okay? So it's not necessarily the case that a technology comes and then automation or advancement leads to job loss, okay? Address the skills gap. I think I've hammered on this one quite a bit. It's all about reskilling our teams, reskilling our people for the future, and amplify human ingenuity. So AI is meant to basically help us to really build out from what we already have, okay? And my last list is a bit small. To summarize, allocate resources to AI because it's an essential infrastructure. Scale beyond pilot. Everyone's doing pilots. Pilots are great, but frankly, Sad is nodding. He's done so many pilots. Pilots are great, but until it turns into a real solution bringing value, then it's just R&D, right? So move beyond pilots to begin to see business benefits. As a technology leader in your organization depends on you, depends on us to bring this to the table. You can do all the POCs, you can show people what it's about, but until you go live with it and see real benefits, then it's like an interesting aside for an hour or two, but really, you need to turn it into value, okay? Embrace agentic AI. Tread gently, though. Embrace it. Please, nobody should go into autonomous agents until you know what you're doing, okay? Go into supervisory agents that you can supervise. It comes to you for approval before it proceeds, before going into fully autonomous agents that can infer certain conclusions that may not be in line with what you think. So start gently, but start the journey, right? Build trust and governance. AI needs governance. You can't leave this area on its own. It's too nascent for us to do that. And mitigate the cyber risks. I talked about that as well. So please, very, very important. The organizations that act decisively today will define the competitive landscape of tomorrow. AI is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. And as I said last year, when somebody asked me about jobs, I said, let me get my quote right. People will not lose jobs with AI. AI will replace those without. AI is here to stay. And I think it's incumbent on all of us to embrace it and get the benefit out of it for the benefit of ourselves, for our companies, for our country at large, and for the continent. So, to wrap up, I've got two very quick questions. Is your business ready for AI? What about you? So on that note, I thank you very much for your attention. I wish you all the very best for today's event. Please reach out if you want to talk about anything, and I hope you found this informative and useful. Thank you very much. Thank you.
His boss the efficient Pascal is showing his boss the efficient new technology they've installed. She's pleased. But now she's asking, why is that still there? Pascal explains the new fleet-finding darts are more accurate than the old ones. The boss is not so pleased anymore. If you haven't automated your fleet management yet, it's time to get business done better with MTN Business.
Are endless once you digitize intelligence. So for me, the tech itself super excites me.
The Ghanaian said he was often frustrated with wait times at local hospitals.
Every time you go there, you cannot predict how long you even be there, whether you get the right care. It was a lot of frustrating experience.
In 2022, the World Health Organization estimated there are less than 2 doctors for every 10,000 people in Ghana. Akogo started Mino Health AI labs to help doctors diagnose, screen, and prescribe treatment plans for a variety of cancers and diseases.
The goal is to reduce the demand, or at least to close the demand gap by leveraging AI system. We looked at AI for 3D bioprinting, we went into pneumonia, diabetes. Our major focus now is radiology, so being able to interpret medical results. So we have AI systems that are able to look at mammograms to detect breast cancer. We have AI systems that can look at X-rays to detect lung cancer, different types of lesions and all that.
So far, the company says
Clearly, the operator is not AI compliant. Please put your hands together one more time for Mr. Bernard Akwa, our CIO, for that very explosive and illuminating keynote on AI and the future of business. He ends with that thought-provoking question, are we ready, or are we AI ready? Are businesses AI ready? Please show by hand if your business is AI ready on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 is 3 to 5, 5 to 7, 7 to 10. Okay, no matter what position you're in, I have good news for you, because what we have done at MTN Business is to come up with certain solutions which will prepare you and put you in correct stead to be AI ready. For the next few minutes, please make welcome my very own manager, Enterprise Marketing and Portfolio Management, Benedict Ebo Bentel, for a presentation.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, so since I'm not mic'd up, I will be here most of the time. But basically, I'm here to, oh, good. Yes, I saw Bernard moving around and it was so sexy, so I'll also be walking around. All right, so basically, I think you've heard the telco to techco for a few years now. I think we are done, we are there, we are techco now. We are still advancing on the journey, but we are techco now. And MTN Business basically has some ICT solutions that I'm going to talk about very briefly in about 10 minutes. We'll take questions later, but at some point, I'll also point out to you account managers who you can contact for any of the solutions that I'll talk about. And then I'll also introduce you to the MBA team, and then you can also talk to them about anything else that probably you have a regional, requirement in Africa. Okay, I hope this works. Good. So the first thing is we want you to connect your business. This is what you've traditionally known us for, which is connectivity. Prepaid, postpaid mobile solutions for your staff, for maybe your company, a broadband solution as well for the SMEs. But in this case, we're going to talk about the premium stuff, which most of you are on, which is the premium bandwidth, the dedicated internet, the internet that gives you better SLAs, more reliability, and it's still in demand for certain use cases that we still have, especially in the financial sector and those who have very high demand when it comes to SLAs. Now, what we've added to our portfolio is the Starlink when it comes to premium circuits. Now we have Starlink available for those who want it, either as a backup to your main link or just maybe a standalone solution in one of your remote areas that you cannot reach. And then on our enterprise networks, we have the wide area networks. We have an advanced version of that I'll talk about later, and also the MPLS solutions. We also have the global MPLS solutions for those of you who are multi-country organizations to be able to connect your branches as well. Then we also want you to unify and expand your communications. And in this case, I'm talking about our unified communications suite. And in that, we have the virtual PBX, which basically gives you virtual agents. And with the advent of AI now, basically the possibilities are endless on that. You can set up different IVR, set up agents, and all that in a virtual PBX. We have a very, very complicated or extensive contact center solution for those of you who want to completely offload the stress of your contact center. MTN Business can now do that for you end-to-end completely. And then we have our SIP trunk service, which most of the large enterprises are used to. But we also now have Operator Connect, which has been launched now. For those of you who are interested in it, you can talk to our account managers after this. But basically, the Microsoft Teams to native PSTN and mobile integration has been done. You now have Operator Connect in Ghana. Any organization who wants to take advantage of it, we can do that for you now. Now, also, we want you to protect your business. I think we've talked about the risks that we face in the advent of all these advances in our technology with AI and all the other solutions. Our other colleagues who are on the other side of the ethical divide are also looking for ways to enter your business and do harm. Basically, now we are protecting your perimeter. We have content filtering, DNS, URL level blocking of malware, phishing. All those things can be handled now by MTN Business with our cybersecurity suite. There will be an announcement coming soon, something very exciting in the security space for MTN, and you'll hear about it very soon. But basically, hosted firewalls, any solution that at first you didn't first think of MTN Business when you are thinking of. Now, that is basically in our portfolio in the Converged Solution Suite. Cybersecurity is something we provide. We consult on it. We have the professional services. We can do a pen test across your network and find out where there are gaps that you need to plug. I think Bernard mentioned something about Anthropic realizing that the new version of what they're going to release can find holes in systems that are quite dangerous. And at least for now, if they're not releasing it, we can help you find the holes in your network that people can exploit. So that's for cybersecurity. But we also have Microsoft Defender and Intune currently on our suite. Anyone who wants to take advantage of that for their endpoint devices on their company network can also get in touch with us, and we can sort them out on that. Or did I go too far? Okay. Then we want you to cloudify your business. So we are moving into the cloud space. I think you have known us for co-location for quite some time. Now, basically, the full end-to-end suite is something that we can do. We can help you virtualize your entire system. Basically, we also provide software solutions in terms of the Microsoft Office suite. The entire Office suite is available now. Platforms as a service, infrastructure as a service, Microsoft Azure is currently available by MTN Business as well. And then, like I mentioned, your virtual infrastructure, we have in-house teams and global teams that can help you to do a full cloud journey in terms of migrating your infrastructure into the cloud. And then, of course, the physical co-location that you already know us for. Now we'll be adding on things like power as a service, cooling as a service, basically enhancing the co-location suite that we currently have. Also, we want you to monitor and automate your business. Our IoT suite, now we have a new IoT platform. We are able to set up various ISVs on the IoT suite. So basically, any requirement that you have that is an IoT requirement, from tracking your fleet, from tracking your livestock if you're into agribusiness, from sensors in your manufacturing warehouse, monitoring for safety, heat, all those kind of things. Even security, I think you've seen Bumblebee at the back there, but sensors for security, intruder detection, all those things. So smart premises is something that we are currently doing as well. Smart utilities, we're already working with the current utilities providers, but within your own premises, if you want a utility solution that is monitored and basically provides you the safety and peace of mind, we have that as well. And then for those of you in the mining and energy space as well, I think the new mines do not have drivers driving their trucks into the tunnels anymore. These are automated trucks now, and these ride on IoT connections that we should be able to provide you if you are interested in it. And then we also want you to future-proof your actual network. So like I mentioned, now on top of wide area network, we have the software-defined wide area network as well. We can build it across regions, across countries for you. You can basically be able to sit within your headquarters and manage your entire network. Yes, it will take away some jobs, but it will improve your efficiency as well and create new jobs. And then we are bringing on private LTE and 5G as well. That's in the offing, but we are currently consulting to find who we want to start with when it comes to the private LTE and 5G. But any requirements that is available is something that we can currently work on. And then finally, managed Wi-Fi as well. So on-prem Wi-Fi solutions. We build end-to-end APs, login, credentialing, everything, security on the Wi-Fi. So any size of Wi-Fi that you want to build, MTN Business can now build it end-to-end and support it as well. So basically, we also have an entire professional services suite that sits both locally and globally. And these two teams work together to provide you that peace of mind if you want to offload your ICT stress. If you started that ICT journey of modernizing your network or modernizing how your company works, you can get in touch with MTN Business. And basically what we can do is sit with you and consult and design from end to end what your requirements will be across that ICT journey and plug in the solutions that you need to fill the gaps. If we don't have the solutions that you need, we can actually build it to fill that gap. We can also project manage. I think there are some companies here that we've done extensive projects with in terms of creating wide area networks and other major projects for. And then if you want to go on a digital transformation journey as well, and you don't have the resources or you don't have the people to do it, you can get in touch with MTN Business. We can take you from the beginning all the way to when you become a mature digital business. Finally, if you don't have it, or if we don't have it, we will build it. No matter what the requirement is, if it's in ICT, if it's in technology, tell us what the requirement is. We have an excellent team at the group level, many professionals, years of credentials and extensive experience. We also have local teams, specialists in-house, our IT teams, our technology teams, our network teams. We even have digital teams that are building apps, UIs, and everything that you need. So there's nothing we cannot build right now. And we know technology evolves every day, something new is released. So you may not have seen the requirement that you have in the list there, but come to us and MTN Business will build it and deliver it. You can reach out to us, but there's also, please stand, the account managers. If you look back, MTN Business account managers, please stand. Any of those people you see at the back there can help you on any of these journeys. Grab them in the corner. And then MBA PL, MTN Business Africa. We have Alison, we have Azam, we have Hilton, we have Winston, we have Saad, we have Amadou as well. Talk to us, and we'll be able to design, build, and deliver anything you need. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to you, Benedict Ebobentil, Senior Manager, Enterprise Marketing and Portfolio Management. In short, at MTN Business, if we don't have, we will build for you. And if we can't build it, it means forget. No one can. We want to now hear from a partner, Chinosis. They are the champions when it comes to API integrations. And ladies and gentlemen, here to walk us through a presentation on intelligent business. Make welcome Saad Sayed.
Yo, how are you? Sure? So, yeah, I just had to be a bit careful up the steps. She's looking at me. She's not happy. So, my name is Saad Sayed. I run something called Chinosis. And Chinosis, for those of you that don't know, is basically monetizing MTN data and services via APIs. The reason I'm talking about AI is we're very lucky in that we get to talk to a lot of customers about what they're looking to do, and we kind of talk to them about funky things as well. So we're going to share some perspectives based on that. Feel free to challenge. Feel free to argue. Although I'm not 100%, so take it easy today. You can argue with me later if you like. But it's like a perspective. Now, the cool thing is that a lot of it overlaps with Bernard, so I think we prompted the same LLMs with the same questions, maybe. By the way, I'm an example of artificial AI. You know what that means, right? So let's walk through. So everyone's talking AI. It's ubiquitous, right? The thing that we've seen is you gotta be purposeful about what you're doing with it. And we'll talk about some perspectives in a bit more detail. But you have to be doing something, right? So Bernard mentioned earlier about pilots. And there's a real temptation to say, oh, you know, let's do this with this. Or I spoke to some vendor and they've got this. Or I read an article about this. Or the CEO is telling me we have to have an AI program or a plan. So let's test something. And before you know it, you've got about 20, 30 pilots. But they're not anchored in anything, right? They're like speculative, ill-defined pilots, which make it look like something's happening, but it's something really happening. So we've seen a lot of that. And we were actually guilty of doing that, right? Everyone got excited, started building agents for everything. And then it was like, why are we doing this, right? No one could answer that question. And as a business person, first and foremost, that's what I want to see. Top line or bottom line impact. So it's really important to pace yourself properly. By the way, I was with 5 customers yesterday in Accra. And we kind of tested some of this. I wanted to make sure I didn't come and talk rubbish. So I showed some of them my slides and tested some of the concepts, and they were pretty much aligned. In fact, we kind of changed some of the slides to reflect some of that feedback. I want to land this point with you now because I'm going to make another point later. So you have to focus on AI, again, not as a tool or a set of tools that you want to kind of show that you're doing something with. But what you do have to do is make sure that you reflect on AI in the context of your business, your market, and how you truly differentiate. And I can reflect on some of the things that Chinosis has done around that. So how did we reflect? And what are we seeing customers doing? So we can distill it in this. The question should not be, where do I take AI and apply it? The question should be, AI is an opportunity for me to do a bunch of things, make a ton of decisions super, super quickly. So where we would segment our decision making to make broad decisions which could minimize impact, we can now start to do this. So pricing. Before, we'd segment pricing and we'd have tiers because to do anything more was too complex. But now with AI, depending on the business that you're in, you can now target a specific custom price to a specific transaction to a specific customer in a specific location for a specific product. Granularity that you could never achieve before. If you look at risk now, yesterday we met with a bunch of financial firms. They are absolutely doing this now. You would credit score based on certain segmented data across a broad set of consumers. And often, you'd make the wrong decision. Now what you can do is deploy agents to almost make real-time credit decisions based on a bunch of data associated with a specific transaction and a specific profile to minimize your credit risk. We had that conversation with a financial firm yesterday who are building agents to do that real time here in Accra. The cool thing is, what they want from us is a bunch of data to help them improve the veracity of the credit score that they make. Operationally, the same thing, right? So I'm not going to go through every single one of them, but you can see what we're saying. AI is not an experiment. One of the core things that AI gives you is where it would take a finite amount of artificial AI hours, human hours, to make decisions, rigorous decisions in real time. You can now run thousands of agents to do that in real time. So it can massively transform your business. This is our biggest takeaway. What we're trying to work out now is how do we productize this in some form. The interesting outcome is the opportunity to partner. So every single customer I met yesterday said, this is interesting. We know we want to do this. We want to build agents. We need your data. But we've got data. Someone else has got data. Someone else can build an agent for us. The opportunity to cooperate and collaborate across industries and organizations is going to be massive. And we're seeing that happening in real time. The reality also is that everyone's going to have an AI layer. So when AI becomes abundant, what becomes scarce? And I want to come back to what Bernard was saying as well. You know what's interesting? What actually becomes valuable is your content. The knowledge that you have of your business. The intimate knowledge you have. Because you know what? An agent is not going to have that intrinsically. An agent will operate based on that knowledge that you have. Okay? Please reflect on that. Because what that means is, if you are good at what you do, if you understand what you do, if you are intentional about how you want to transform your industry, you have everything it takes to leverage AI to do that. Distribution and trust, brand, access, relationships, trust, empathy, understanding, respect, artificial AI elements, human elements. This also is very important. An agent will not demonstrate empathy. They'll try, and you may feel that is happening, but ultimately it's going to come from humans, right? So AI gives you the ability to decision at pace. Humans give you the ability to leverage that to build trust and understanding and ultimately transact. You know what's also important is your strategy. Wrong strategy, AI, the outcome's not going to be right. So the core strategy that you deploy is going to be critical. And again, that's something that we're used to, right? But what's really important is you have to double click on that strategy. And again, this came out of some of the meetings that we've had, not in Accra, but in other parts of Africa, where applying the same strategy, the same culture, like a waterfall approach, and then bolting AI on top, it's not going to work, right? You have to adapt your strategy. You have to modify your strategy. You have to change your culture. You have to support your people to embrace a different way of working. If you do that, you benefit. Your people are your biggest dependency and your biggest asset. The faster they open themselves up, the faster they acquire. I mean, they don't need to become like data analysts or data scientists or deep AI programmers. I mean, now with vibe coding, someone as stupid as me can build an outcome, right? I can build a mobile app. Because all I need to say is, build me a mobile app that does X, Y, Z. But what you're asking them to do is think differently. Think about the business differently. Think about the scale of decisioning that's now available to them. But most importantly is be agile. So I just want to reinforce, it's not necessarily just about speed. It's about your intention. Not a tool to play with, a strategic lever to drive an outcome. And ultimately what we're going to end up is, if you can get your people on your side, your back end, your traditional systems will still be pretty stable, right? They won't evolve too much. There's not too much volatility. Your ability to innovate, your ability to build new products, your ability to refine the way you engage with customers, your ability to add more value quicker to your customers is absolutely there as an opportunity for you. But you have to change the culture. You asked to move like a startup. AI allows you to do so and disrupt and dominate your market. But you have to reflect and you have to evolve. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause once again. Thank you, Saad Syed, for giving us hope that even when AI becomes abundant, certain things will still be in our domain to control, like building and refining our value proposition and our content. To this end, we want to gauge, let's see. From all that's been said, tell me, I'm just going to pick on three people here. Sir, what haven't you heard and what would you like to hear in the panel that's coming up?
I think they've pretty much covered the basics. Yeah, broad strokes and they're in the right direction. So I just can't wait to hear what comes up next.
Okay. Any expectations? Let me come to you, sir.
Expectations. Okay, how to safely apply it as has been demonstrated that there are risks in it. So the safety in applying it and the governance around it and how it helps our organizations, that's what I'm looking out for.
Lovely. Let me pick on my lady here.
I would like to hear more on the security and the vulnerabilities that these applications or AI tools are accessible to, and how we can, as an organization, to care better or mitigate it as much as possible. So, yeah.
All right. I have heard your expectations, but it just gives me a little idea that we need to just recap some of the presentations that have come forth. It will give you an idea as to what the expectations will be. So for the next few minutes, please take out your phones, unless you are using a YAM. Are we ready? We're going to do a little activity, small activity. It's called the Kahoots. If your phone is yours, please ensure that you scan the code. Can we make the code a little visible? If you're using Android, I know you struggle. So this is strictly for the CIOs and the CTUs, a game for them to play. Are we ready? Have you scanned the code? All right. So these are the names of the various participants. Remember, it's only for CIOs and CTIOs. We're still building traction, we're still building traction, we're still building traction. Mami, let me know when you think it's a good time for us to begin. We ask that you use your nicknames. Because if you say John and somebody is called John, how will we know? But if your name is Kalulu, that one we know is you, or Shatta. Somebody's nickname is Domain. Lie. Hey. Okay. We're good to go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in 3, in 2, and in 1. Start work. It's an online game. And to every question, there are possible answers. At the end, we will see per every correct answer the number of people who have also answered that. Question number 1, and remember, for every question, you just have 10 seconds to answer. What was the name of the AI assistant showcased at the launch of Ghana's national AI strategy? Is it Ama, Aba, Aku, or Ajo? Okay. Which everyday tool already uses AI? Is it calculator, autocorrect on your keyboard, a flashlight, or GPS navigation apps? In the future, AI is most likely to completely eliminate all jobs, only be used in science fiction movies, work alongside humans to improve productivity, replace CEOs entirely. Okay. It's enhancement and not replacement. True or false? AI adoption is more about data quality than algorithms. Is it true or is it false? Shortly, we'll get to find out who the top 3 winners are. Which weekly cultural trend started in Ghana in 2026, encouraging people to wear traditional smock outfits? Tie and Dye Tuesday, Fugu Wednesday, Kente Friday, Heritage Sunday. Which of them? What is the biggest barrier to enterprise AI success? Lack of skills, regulation, poor data strategy, cost of AI tools. Okay, poor data strategy. What's the name of MTN Ghana's customer service chatbot? Zach, Ziggy, Momo, or Ayoba? It is Ziggy. Which industry adopted AI the earliest at scale? Healthcare, retail, telecommunications, financial services. Okay. Which metric best measures AI business value? Number of AI tools used, model accuracy, speed of deployment, ROI, and business outcomes. Which capability will be the most valuable in future AI-driven organizations? Coding, critical thinking, cloud management, prompt engineering. Okay. What's the name of the African Union's Continental AI Strategy Framework adopted in 2024? Pan-African Machine Learning Charter, Continental AI Strategy for Africa, Africa AI 2030, Continental Digital Africa Initiative. This one, there will be cha-cha. No. If you know this one, no. How many got it correct? Be honest. You lie. Which government body leads Ghana's national AI policy initiative? Ghana AI Authority, Ministry of Communication and Digitalization, Bank of Ghana, National Communication Authority. The correct answer is Honorable Sam George. What is the real name of legendary Ghanaian high life musician Daddy Lumba? Charles Kofi Kofu. I thought they would have Ebusian paying to fuck. All right. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we have Stephen Boedi in third place, Bingles in second place, and in first place, Kilo! Please make them welcome as they come to receive their prizes. A round of applause as they come. Can we play some AI music? Oh, Papa Ute is an AI song. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Stephen Bwedi. Let's have Kilo and let's have Bingles. Presenting the prizes, please make welcome our keynote speaker, CIO, yours and mine, Mr. Bernard Aqua. Congratulations, Mr. Stephen Bwedi. Okay. And now Kylo, ladies and gentlemen, in first place. A round of applause. All right. Please put your hands together for them one more time.
Pascal is showing his boss the efficient new technology they've installed. She is pleased, but now she's asking, why is that still? Pascal is showing his boss the efficient new technology they've installed. She is pleased, but now she's asking, why is that still there? Pascal explains that he hired a security guard to protect the data shed. The boss is not so pleased anymore. If you haven't upgraded to cloud storage yet, it's time to get business done better with MTN Business.
This is the banking app that makes you live a lot more. Even when the family is apart, connection is just a tap away with the Stanbic app.
That's my daughter.
Oh!
I've got this.
Yay! You are the best!
Thank you.
What for? You don't know, we don't go listen anything. Every day, I beg. Why? The water be free.
Ghana Water Disconnection Team.
Level up to one secure experience and do more with the Stanbic Bank app.
Grandma, oh yeah, guy!
And with Spend Insights, you instantly understand your spending, so planning becomes effortless. Download the Stanbic app now on the Google Play and Apple App Store.
Is everything okay? Oh my God.
Pascal is showing his boss the efficient new technology they've installed. She's pleased, but now she's asking, why is that still there? Pascal explains the new fleet-finding darts are more accurate than the old ones. The boss is not so pleased anymore. If you haven't automated your fleet management yet, it's time to get business done better with MTN Business.
Are endless once you digitize intelligence. So for me, the tech itself super excites me.
The Ghanaian said he was often frustrated with wait times at local hospitals.
Every time you go there, you cannot predict how long you even be there, whether you get the right care. It was a lot of frustrating experience.
In 2022, the World Health Organization estimated there are less than 2 doctors for every 10,000 people in Ghana. Akogo started Mino Health AI labs to help doctors diagnose, screen, and prescribe treatment plans for a variety of cancers and diseases.
The goal is to reduce the demand, or at least to close the demand gap by leveraging AI system. We looked at AI for 3D bioprinting, we went into pneumonia, diabetes. Our major focus now is radiology, so being able to interpret medical results. So we have AI systems that are able to look at mammograms to detect breast cancer. We have AI systems that can look at x-rays to detect lung cancer, different types of lesions and all that.
So far, the company says
or the future of business with AI. Now here to officially begin a conversation, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome my co-MCs. Yuri, where are you? What's up with, what are we doing next? Where's my AI?
Thank you for the insightful engagement so far. We now move into a critical and highly anticipated session, AI and the future of business, driving inclusion, sustainability, and industry transformation with technology. Our panelists bring diverse expertise across industries, and they will explore how AI can be leveraged to expand access, bridge gaps, and create sustainable business value. Our first panelist is Estelle Jacqueline Asari, the head of digital transformation, Stanbic Bank.
Transformation at Stanbic Bank Ghana, a techno-commercial leader with 15+ years experience across telcos and financial services, where she has led breakthrough innovation. Her experience spans customer-focused, digital and technology-based solutions, including software application development, AI platform implementation, robotic process automation, IoT machine-to-machine, broadband, IPTV, digital advertising, and mobile financial services. She's passionate about human-centered design and bridging talent with the right technology to deliver customer value. Please make her welcome back home, Estelle Jacqueline Asari.
Our next panelist is Darlington Akogo, founder and CEO, Mino Health AI Labs.
Darlington is a highly influential global leader in artificial intelligence, serving as the founder and CEO of Mino Health AI Labs, an AI health company, Karaga Agro AI, an AI-powered plant and pest disease detection and precision agriculture platform, Runmila AI Institute, an AI and data service training center, and Godra AI Studio, an organization broadly exploring AI and exponential technologies applied variously or to various domains, including transportation, sanitation, and energy. Named amongst the 40-30 under 30 class of 2025, he's featured on Forbes cover, and he has also been recognized as one of the global top 100 influential people of African descent in healthcare, and chairs the topic group on AI for radiology under the United Nations World Health Organization and International Telecommunication Union and Global Initiative on Artificial Intelligence for Health. Make welcome Darlington Akogo.
Next, we have Efia Jamra, co-founder and CEO, 40 Analytics.
AI company building systems that help businesses operate smarter, grow faster, and make better decisions with their data. She spends her career at the intersection of operations and technology, leading teams across more than 12 countries before turning her focus to building AI infrastructure for African businesses. Her company recently delivered Ghana's first AI-powered logistics app. Ladies and gentlemen, Efia Jamra.
And finally, Foster Akugri, Managing Director, Apex Advisory, who will be joining us virtually.
Digital transformation advisor with deep expertise at the intersection of technology policy and economic growth. The founder and managing director of Apex Advisory Services, LLC, where it advises governments, development finance institutions, and private sector leaders on innovation strategy, market expansion, and enterprise transformation across Africa and North America. He's also a recognized thought leader on Africa's digital future and has worked extensively on issues including emerging technologies, fintech, public sector modernization, digital infrastructure, and inclusive economic developments. Make welcome from the United States, Foster Akugri, joining us online. And you see, there's one thing that AI will not do. They left out the moderator, and that's for the real MC. Please, a round of applause. My job can never be taken. With pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, I give to you our moderator, a known face, a Ghanaian digital strategist, AI integration specialist, and enterprise technology consultant on a mission to make Africa's digital economy more competitive, inclusive, and future-ready. As IT manager at Quantum LC Limited, he oversees technology systems across multi-country mining and infrastructure operation, spanning Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, South Africa, and Sierra Leone, building the kind of resilient, scalable digital infrastructure that keeps complex operations running. From enterprise resource planning to automation, workflows, and data-driven decision systems, his work bridges the gap between operational reality and technological possibility. You see the evidence of all this when he moderates this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, enterprise technology consultants, Kwabna Ofe, Kwade Nkrumah.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, your panelists.
Thank you, thank you. Is this still morning? Yes, 5 minutes till afternoon. Good morning. And, you know, Bernard had a PPT, Syed had a PPT, I have a PPT, but it's a power panel team, okay? So we're not going to be doing slides, we're going to be delving deep into the discussions. We're going to be bringing practical solutions and practical discussions. And obviously the objectives of this panel is to examine how AI is reshaping business models and competitive advantages in Africa. We're going to explore AI's role in advancing inclusion, i.e. financial, digital, social. We're going to highlight AI-driven sustainability solutions across all these sectors. We're going to identify barriers to adoption and strategies to scale AI responsibly, and then provide actionable insights for all you CTOs, CIOs to drive AI transformation. But before we start, I have a quick poll. Would you like to show by hand if you have actually changed a business decision because of AI in the last 12 months? Did you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Someone raised his hand and put it right down really quickly. Did you change your mind or... Okay, I'll do you one better. For those of you with your hands up, did this change actually work or did you go like, damn it, we made a big mistake? If you did, put your hand back down. Okay, so those whose hands are still up. It means you know your stuff, which is why you did. So my panel is going to help those of you who didn't do that. Are we good?
Yes.
Only 2 people said yes.
Yeah.
Are we good? Are we excited? Are we ready?
Yes.
Oh, we had breakfast. There should be some energy. Yes? A louder yes?
Yes.
Great. So, hello panel.
Hello.
PPT. And hi Foster, all the way from Washington. I hope it's the real you and not an AI version of you. Okay, he laughed. That's him. I know Foster's laugh. Okay, so I'm going to start with Estelle.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't like to go, clockwise or anti-clockwise, randomizing. First question, how is AI reshaping banking and driving financial inclusion in Africa today?
Am I audible?
To me.
Okay. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you. And hi, Foster. We used to work together, Foster and I. And I want to apologize because my son kept me up from 3 a.m., so I'm barely awake. But to the question around AI and inclusion, I think most people view inclusion just around rural access to technology. But I think what is happening with AI now is bringing, in the financial sector, 2 main areas that we want to talk about. That's credit and client experience. When it comes to credit, we're seeing, I think as Saeed mentioned it as well in his presentation, that AI is now able to connect financial data that is not from traditional banks with non-traditional financial providers. So currently, if Stanbic Bank wants to offer you a loan, we would typically go to the credit bureau or we'll check your financial transactions through our bank and give you a credit rating and then score you and give you a loan. What AI is doing now is the ability to connect your mobile money behavior, perhaps you've purchased something from MTN and you're paying it monthly, you can study that behavior, connect that to your transactional behavior in any other bank that has its data available and credit score you. So those days where you can take a quick loan from MTN, not pay, show up at a bank and ask for another loan will be over with AI because ideally you're going to have that same transaction or financial behavior model through the AI systems, and it will throw back the fact that you're a poor credit participant and not able to take such facilities. So the inclusion of the non-traditional with the traditional financial data exposes more people to access financial products and services. When it comes to AI and client experience, again, access. There was an example here around ability to climb up the stairs. And I found that, critical, because I had the same experience where my aunt called me yesterday. She was trying to transact on mobile money. She's old, so when she moves on USSD, she times out, right? She moves to the app, she can't find where my approvals are, so she can't even approve the transaction. Now, if the app had AI embedded, what did she have to do? Biometrics, use natural language, say, hey, do I have to approve any transaction? It will pop up, yes, no, and she moves on. Access, in fact, to the aged, to the blind, to the illiterate, is what AI has the potential to do when it comes to finance and any other industry. And I think inclusivity would be something of the past if we really push towards embedding AI into our day-to-day.
That's lovely. Inclusivity, accessibility. We're looking at you, Momo. MMFL or MML. So how long till this is deployed? If they are not already thinking about it, I think we will share the royalties once they do, right?
Yeah.
Now,
20%.
oh, you wanted to say something? No. Based on this, it means that it's going to need a lot of data to train these models. So I'm coming to you, Ifya. AI is only as powerful as the data behind it. So what are the biggest data challenges African organizations face today? Because I could see from certain people's image generation, when you ask any AI model, any LLM to generate an image of a Ghanaian, most likely Kente. And we all know that Kente is not the only traditional, fabric we have in Ghana. We have the fugu, we have so many others. But Kente is winning. So that data is affecting it. So tell us.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So I think one of the critical things for us to understand is that Africa doesn't have a data scarcity problem. We have a problem organizing our data to make meaningful information out of the data. So believe you me, we are talking about language learning models, we are talking about automations, we are talking about agentic AI. But if you go to most business organizations right now, you'll be surprised to find out that people are still collecting data with books and pens. People are still writing the same customer names in 4 different software or applications. People are still not publishing their reports that gives the internet or the AI models information to feed on to be able to give you meaningful, responses. So one of the big problems we have right now is we haven't been able to solve the fragmentation problem. Data is still scattered, data is still in its native form. And so we are able to fix that problem. The language learning models or the AI platforms will not be meaningful to us. For example, one of the things we do is growth marketing, so using agentic AI to be able to get customers on a global scale. Now, when you use these AI platforms, so let's say you're using Apollo, and you're looking for, let's say, so let me give you a use case. You're a real estate company, you want to, sell land to Ghanaians who live in the diaspora. So you are targeting a certain demographic of people within a certain, employment status. When you use an AI tool like Apollo, and you start filtering by country, so you're trying to get data on these people, when you look at countries outside of the African space, so you look at the US, you look at the UK, you get specific data, all the way down to the person's LinkedIn, the person's email address, and then now you can work with this data. Now, when you come back to the African or the Ghanaian space, it's almost impossible to find this data. And that's because we haven't structured our data properly. Everything is fragmented, everything is still scattered. So that's one of the key problems we have. Another thing I believe we have is a talent gap. Now, how many organizations here can say they have a data person in their team? So a lot of people's hands are down. And if you don't have a data person in your team, if you don't have someone who is consciously making sure that your organization's data is structured, then there's a ripple effect all the way down, and it affects us as a continent at large. So I'll say the two things are our data is fragmented, and we have a talent or a data culture problem. Those would be the main issues.
Right, so data scattered and a skills gap or a talent gap. So we'll try to fix that very soon. And that's why one of the people who's been championing AI for the longest comes in. Darlington, you've been dealing with AI in healthcare, one of the most important use cases of AI. So what real outcomes have you seen in diagnostics and care delivery?
Yeah, so the good thing is that I think they showed a video earlier which literally answers that question. So thanks to the team for that. So that was literally a facility in Koforidua where we deployed our AI system called Moremi AI. So Moremi AI is a generative AI system that supports screening, diagnosis, treatment, planning, prescription. And so the use case that was shown there is where we are leveraging the AI system to interpret X-ray, mammogram, ultrasounds, and things like that. So literally the AI system is supporting doctors, radiologists, radiographers, nurses to help in the diagnosis, early diagnosis of things like breast cancer. And also this is not just concentrated in Accra, right? So that video is from Koforidua. We have implementations in Takrade, and we just started a new deployment with a partner that has about 10 facilities across the country, sees about 1 million patients every year. And so we are basically now putting our AI system across the entire delivery pipeline, from when you walk into the hospital. The first thing you interact with, of course, is a nurse, but the nurse is being supported by an AI system that they are talking to. They are helping retrieve information, helping them fill that information, all the way to whether it's OPD, IPD, even to the warehouse. So the AI system is helping to move medicines to the pharmacy, ensure that there's no loss of items or theft, all of that. And so the good thing is that this is happening within Ghana. It's not theoretical. We've been doing this for some years now. Mino Health, we started it 10 years ago, so we've literally been doing AI globally. I mean, currently our AI is being used in over 80 countries around the world, but we started this right from Ghana. We have project implementations in Barbados. So next week I'll be going to Barbados. We are working with the Ministry of ICT, and we have the High Commissioner right there, who help to facilitate a lot of the process too as well. So AI is here. It's not a futuristic thing. And yes, I mean, we do work in AI across healthcare, agriculture, enterprise, and a few other sectors. But to me, healthcare, being able to leverage this technology to save lives is the ultimate use case for me. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Absolutely. Good job.
So, Foster, Africa has historically leapfrogged, technology with mobile, and we can see that with financial inclusion, mobile money enabling a lot more people to be included financially. Now, how can AI enable that next leapfrog moment for African enterprises?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I think it's very important that we recognize what has made Africa successful in the more recent times, and kudos to MTN for being able to break the cycle in financial inclusion through mobile money. We have been renters of technology for a very long time. In the last 3 industrial revolutions, or even this most recent 4th, we almost were left behind. And this was significantly because we were leveraging technology built by others with context outside of Africa to be able to drive use cases within Africa. And so the African context tend to be very missing in a lot of the foreign technology we borrow to solve our own problems. Today, we all use LLMs, we all use ChatGPT, we all use Claude, to perform most of our basic and daily functions. And when you make these prompts, you realize that the narratives you get are also almost foreign narratives. So for us to be able to really advance this, we need to move from being renters of technology to become actual landlords of these technologies. And how do we do that? Understand that we need to build the necessary infrastructure. And for the first time in any industrial revolution, I've never seen African governments rally behind building infrastructure, accelerating the pace at which national AI policies and plans are being developed, even all the way to the African Union. Most recently, Ghana launched its own national AI strategy. All these are big signals showing that governments have realized they cannot be left behind in this particular revolution. And so for me, that gives me so much comfort. And using mobile money as a case, Africa has been successful in using mobile money to drive financial inclusion because it was solving a problem peculiar to Africa. We missed the opportunity to build infrastructure to support our ability to bank like the rest of the world did, using cards and other forms of banking tools. But mobile money came in, addressed an African constraint, and that for me was the biggest opportunity. The next big things, I think, which have one of which has been highlighted was language, right? Being able to design models that understand the plethora of African languages and allow everyone to be carried along in that journey is an opportunity for innovators to explore. We also are heavily driven by large informal economies. Africa's business or economic landscape is heavily contributed by SMEs. About 90% of businesses in Africa are SMEs and contribute over 70 to 80% to GDP. Today, we see a huge startup boom, especially within the ITC services industry. And most of these informal economies require some form of structure to be able to be more operationally efficient, to be able to qualify for certain things that they are currently limited to accessing. For example, visibility of their day-to-day operations and transactions has limited them from accessing capital or credit from financial institutions. Today, there's more confidence in lending to these businesses and even individuals. We now have quick loans and all these things that have come to light because technology has created visibility in our day-to-day spend from cash to digital. And some of these informal transformation in these informal sectors is starting to drive economic activity in several fronts. Lastly is enterprise realities. Doing business in Africa is very unique in its own shape and form. And for me, that is a big factor in being able to create sort of off-taker opportunity for AI innovators. Because all these leapfrogging, adoption, conversation, the most important thing is commercial. From idea to commercialization, from IP to commercialization. Innovators will continue to innovate if there's a market to buy their product and service them, and they have opportunity to service the needs of these people. So I think these are the key areas that Africa can potentially quickly accelerate, and we've already seen big signals.
Basically connecting from what Foster said, because I was going to ask you what your preferred, strategy for adopting AI technology is, whether to build, buy, or partner. But Foster says doing business in Africa is unique, and so that would mean build, right?
No.
Okay.
All right. So first of all, Stanbic is a bank, and I think that the strategy for AI should be determined by what kind of industry you're playing in. If you're a technology company, you can choose to build your AI models and platforms from scratch. A company like Stanbic is a bank. So we buy the base platform. So currently we're using Microsoft Azure OpenAI. We're testing on AWS as well. And what that gives us is that fundamental security, the adherence to or compliance to standards that we don't have to worry about because Microsoft is going to do that for us. And then we build the proprietary use cases on top of that using the bank's proprietary knowledge. So one of the AI implementations we have rolled out is on our products, where we have fed the application with the bank's product information, and that then throws out the ability for us to perform customer interactions so much faster because we gain the knowledge or make those decisions faster. So the build element is just really on the proprietary portions of AI, and the platform is bought. And the last part is for people like us, again, and if you're in finance, you know that we are so heavily regulated that it's difficult for us to turn around or scale in an accelerated fashion, right? So in elements where we have to scale, we partner. So we would partner someone like, right? Darlington would assist us to say, okay, we want to give loans to specific hospitals. Darlington will be able to help us with his models that will help us to make critical financial decisions to offer those loans to the hospitals. So in companies like ours, we operate a hybrid model strategy with AI. We buy the platforms, the base platforms, we build the proprietary knowledge use cases and models, and we partner to accelerate.
Great. So partner to accelerate. Yes. Now, coming back to you, Ifya. Most businesses here that raise their hands when you asked your question, I counted 4, even though there's more than 100 over here. The problem we realize is hampering most of the adoption is the culture. So how can these companies build data-driven cultures so that they don't just deploy AI tools and then you don't have the data like, Estelle is saying she would take from Darlington? How do they build these data-driven cultures?
I mean, that's a brilliant question, and that's like one of the biggest gaps we see anytime we deploy an AI solution for a company. So a company comes to you with their problem. So let's say one of the clients we have is a dental practice, and they were losing millions of cedis actually because their receptionists weren't picking up the phone calls, and they were losing clients because they were not being rebooked. Now, the client has come to me, the client has told me what the problem is. We obviously know the AI solution to build for them, to automate the follow-ups and to automate the rescheduling process so that they don't lose, clients. So now the solution has been built. And then the big problem now comes. Now it's easy to deploy tools, but building a culture is actually very hard. So your customer or the client has the tools, and now the people in the organization are not using the tools the way they are supposed to use the tools. So now, it's not that the tool is not solving the problem, but they are not using it, so the problem is still not solved. So then we have to come in and make sure that the company now becomes a data-driven company. So what we've seen is that people just, buy fancy dashboards, show the numbers on a TV screen in the office, thinking that when people walk into the office and they see that they are not profitable, they will be moved. But what we've seen from experience is people don't even update the dashboard to even show you today's numbers. So now the question is, what can you do to build a data-driven culture? The first thing I would say, and it's very imperative, is start with a decision and not a tool. So one of the things we told this client I'm telling you about is we took something very random. So your Google dental practices in Ghana. And if I see that you are 1 out of 5, I won't come to you. So you are already out of the race. So rather than saying, let's improve our Google rating to 5-star, the question now becomes, how can we get our clients to give us 5-star ratings on Google? It's 2 different questions we are asking here. Now, one is fueling a decision and not necessarily a tool. So now when you start asking questions like, okay, last week, how many of our customers were supposed to have bought from us but did not buy? The data is there to show you that. and now you are actually answering the real question. So the first thing to do is start with questions and not the tools. The second thing is leaders need to lead by example. As a CEO, as a manager, as a director, you can't come to your team and say, I think we should expand to Kumasi. Not to say that that is a wrong decision, but your approach to the decision is flawed if you're trying to build a data-driven organization. The real thing you should be saying to your team is, this is the data on Kumasi, these are the people we are targeting. When we look at the demographic, it favors our business because X% of our target audience can be found here. So because of XYZ reason, we are going to launch in Kumasi. This forces your team to think in that direction versus them going by your opinion that says you should move to Kumasi. Another thing that you can do to drive a data-driven culture is always reward people who ask, what are the numbers saying? So I've built mobile apps in the past where, vanity metrics. So you are measuring things that really don't move the needle at the end of the day. We had 500,000 downloads in 30 days. How many of the 500,000 people, after they downloaded the app, opened the app? That's the real question you should be answering. So we need to kill vanity metrics. We need to make sure that we are asking the right questions and we are not just throwing AI tools out there. Otherwise, what would happen is you would burn your budget and still not see any significant return. Yeah.
Wonderful. I mean, a lot of nuggets here.
Absolutely.
Oh, don't stop. You can continue. You hit the nail right on the head and took me back to a system that I built for a client just for the front desk to accept, for them to track visitors, only for me to visit next time. And they gave me a foolscap notebook to write my name and my number. And obviously, I wrote some ghost names and numbers because I don't know what's happening with that book when I'm done. So please, if you have a foolscap notebook in your office, drop it. There's a lot of AI specialists over here that can build a better system for you. Now, Darlington, Ifya mentioned a lot of these challenges, and I want to ask you, what are the biggest barriers to scaling AI solutions in enterprises across Africa?
Yeah, so there is a number of challenges. I will start with compute. Compute that's a global challenge, by the way. It's not limited to just us. I've spent yesterday, we launched the National AI Strategy and I was the co-lead for it. So I decided to do explanation of some of the concepts in it online on Twitter. And I've gotten 100 questions and how are we going to achieve this and this by this time? And I'm trying to explain. It's very interesting. But the point is that some of the restraints that we have is not unique to us, but compute is one of them. Energy is one of them. Of course, doomsday is a topic of discussion now. But CapEx is also another one in any direction. So both for the consumers of AI, so essentially if you want to provide AI solutions to enterprise, the question is that have they allocated enough CapEx for those AI solutions? Whether it's private sector or it's government, have they budgeted for it? But also even the builders of the AI solutions, do you have enough financial capacity to, essentially be able to accommodate back to the compute? But I also want us not to dwell too much on these barriers, because talking about energy, for example, Microsoft has data centers that they've spent billions of dollars building, but they can't power them because they don't have the energy. This is in the US, right? So imagine being a multi-trillion-dollar company, Microsoft, you are in one of, if not the leading economy, and you are having essentially doomsday in your data center. There's no doomsday, it's just doom without the saw. So that's the reality of the world. So even though we do have these barriers, there's still a lot we can do. Government has a data center initiative. MTN has one. There are a number of private sector actors that have one. So those barriers do exist, but we can overcome them. The CapEx one is quite a serious one. So to address a number of these challenges requires a lot of investment, which is lacking in Africa. So last thing I'll say on this is There was a story that went viral this week about this, I think it was a 19-year-old kid from the US that wants to build a super app. And then Peter Thiel and some of the investors wrote him $9 million check off of an idea that he wants to build super app for delivery and a bunch of stuff. And all the founders across the continent said, we've already built this, and we came to you, pitched you that same thing, not an idea. We even had traction. We presented it to you. You said, oh, I'm not sure about it. But this kid literally knows nothing about Africa, just pitch you an idea. And so the issue is that for founders in Africa, investors always want to invest off of pure revenue. And they want to do 1x or 2x or 3x of revenue. But in America, essentially they invest off of idea and vision, right? And so it puts you in an unfair balance because we live in a global world. You're not just competing with companies within the continent, especially within the AI space. So if someone can start an AI company, Thinking Machine, before they build a product and it's valued at $10 billion and they write them a $2 billion check, and you're in Ghana and you have better ideas and you want to compete with that, how do you do that? There's only so much you can do by innovating beyond the constraints of resources. So for me, most of those challenges can be addressed, but we need to really, really look at the investment portion, which the National AI Strategy also looks at. The creation of a national AI fund. The president announced the 20 million addition to the 250 million as a good start. Maybe to put MTN on the spot, create an AI fund that is specifically looking at investing in AI solutions across the continent. The ROI in AI is extremely high. You get back that money several times over. But I think we need to really, really take massive actions when it comes to the investment piece.
Right, so for any other investors besides MTN, you heard it. The ROI is very, very massive. So the banks, you have money.
Yes.
Invest in AI. We will build the systems for you whilst we're, it's a barter trade here. So shout out to everyone who has money. Foster, we're still on scaling. What role should innovation ecosystems, i.e. startups, corporate, academia, play in this scaling?
Adage or saying no man is an island, right? And so is the AI ecosystem or the innovation ecosystem, as you call it. Startups typically require velocity, speed to be able to move from idea to commercialization. Corporates largely require scale. They want to increase distribution at all times. There's an intersection between how corporates work across their value chain or supply chain, and same with how startups innovate to fit into these value chain, because in between the two, there's always a symbiotic relationship where startups require corporate infrastructure to validate what they are building in the real market, and corporates require startup innovation to explore new and white spaces where they can increase distribution or potentially identify new revenue opportunities to keep growing, right? And then you talk about the other guy, the academia, right? Academia requires a lot of support in terms of applied research. We tend to have a lot of IP. You have almost 100,000 students in university every year, if not more, or graduating every year, if not more, from just Ghanaian universities alone. Each one of these students likely submits a thesis at the end of their 4-year undergrad program, to talk less of graduate programs. And most of these things only serve to meet an academic requirement. The rest, it goes into an archive and nothing happens thereafter. So you find a lot of ideas in the bank within universities not reaching the market, and same with researchers who tend to develop ideas. Now, unfortunately, the African ecosystem doesn't fully recognize the importance of academia in industry and how it really drives. A lot of these things you are seeing, AI now becoming a boom, started in academic institutions. It was labs working together to figure out how things could work, all the way from the hardware required to power the AI technology to the software required to drive what innovation will become from an application standpoint. So academia plays a very, very critical role in this ecosystem to complete the trifecta. And government, most critically, as you can see, government participation has become more visible in this particular boom than you have seen when internet was invented, when other forms of technology were invented in the second, third, fourth industrial revolutions. And so government has a big role to play in setting the rules and demand opportunities, right? And when I talk about rules, I'm talking about policy. I'm talking about the framework that will guide attracting the right investors, attracting innovators to play within the ecosystem, and removing some of the red tapes that allow for things to be driven at scale. When you set guardrails, for example, data sovereignty rules, data protection rules, in data governance in general within a country, in the context of artificial intelligence in this discussion, the guardrails that are set can either drive or can either accelerate innovation within the ecosystem or not. Actors or regulators like the Ministry of Communication, which oversees the 12, 13, or 14 other agencies that sit under it, including the desks that will now look after artificial intelligence, play a very, very critical role in contributing to creating this enabling environment to attract investment. To buttress on Darlington's point around what will it take to drive the right investments into the continent or on the continent to participate in this AI boom, there are a number of things that the West have done right, which is creating a sense of infinite opportunity in any new technology that emerges, right? While Africa has a market of over 1.4, 1.5 billion people and is potentially going to grow by an extra billion to almost 2 to 3, we have an opportunity to develop our own and become consumers of our own rather than become just consumers participating in the AI boom. And so the innovation ecosystem comes together to form the collective required to complete all the different aspects to drive what it would mean to own, to consume, and to export artificial intelligence to the rest of the world from an African context, considering that will become a very single large market than anywhere else in the world in the near future. Yeah.
Great. So we have very little time, but I'm going to ask you all questions that your answers are going to be apo for those who are here to basically leverage and build their AI strategies or implementation. So I'm going to start with you, Estelle. How are you approaching integration of AI into your core banking systems in Stanbic so that other people can steal that apostle?
Last question.
Last question.
Okay, so I would approach this in 2 ways.
Right.
Our core business operation and then our core technology approach. In terms of our core business operation, the strategy we use is really to establish the 3 lines. 1, what is the intended business outcome of this AI implementation you want to do? Because if you don't know the outcome, then it's really just a fancy tech tool. The second thing is, what are the guardrails and governance structures you have put in place to guide the implementation of AI in your core business implementation? It's very often that we tend to train the IT team, the technology teams, and then we forget the assurance teams. And these are the teams that are supposed to establish the guardrails for you to operate within, whether set the standards, identify the risks, and so on and so forth, to allow you to operate in the right way. And the last one is bringing or enabling your internal audit and internal control teams to establish the fact that your implementation has met the standards. So in business implementation, you need all 3 parties. You don't just roll out AI for the fun of it because your IT team has a few AI software devs, and then, yes, they build something and it's cool. But what are the risks? What's the third-party risk? What's the security risk, right? So you need to establish all of these things in place in your core business strategy when you are enabling AI. On the technology side, what we do as a bank is, again, we have understood ourselves. We are not an MTN. Neither are we Darlington. Right? We are a bank. Okay, so we don't directly bolt on AI onto our core banking.
Right.
And I would also advise that if you're not someone or a company that is mature in the establishment of AI, please don't make the mistake of just slapping on AI onto your critical systems. It's important to establish some middleware, some orchestration layers, let the AI interact with your core banking systems or your core systems using APIs, for example, so that if there's an issue, you can quickly detach, right? Save your company and then deal with the AI implementation. But please don't bolt it on directly. And that is something that we don't do as a bank. As we mature, will that happen in future? It could be. But for now, that's the approach that we have taken. So those are the two strategies that I would say we implement on core banking, technology, and then core business as well.
Wonderful. You answered my last question without me even asking it. So thank you very much for that. So an analogy for all of you who heard, don't bolt on. If your business is a Toyota Vitz, don't go and put a turbocharger or a supercharger on it. You blow your engine. So stick to your small 1.2-liter engine. And then when you upgrade to a bigger car, then you can slap your turbocharger or your supercharger on. So if you're the mid-sized companies here, African companies who want to implement AI in their business. We have 50,000 cities. We have 3 months. What's the single AI move that would actually move revenue? Because I'm not putting in that money, and then for the IT guys to come and tell us that they are not using it. The system is down. That's one of the favorite terms in Ghana. The system is down. So how do we do that and then move revenue?
Okay, so you have 50,000 cities.
3 months.
And you have 3 months to build an AI solution that will solve a problem. Okay, so the first thing I would say is before you touch the 50,000 cities, or you can touch just a little portion of the 50,000 cities, so maybe like 1,000 cities. The first thing I would say is understand the problem in your organization. Understand the problem you are trying to solve. Never deploy or use AI because you think it is a fancy thing everybody is doing, so you are doing it. And the best way or the most efficient way I've seen people do this is take, let's say, Claude. Pay for the subscription. I think if you want the organizational feature, it's about $200, but then there are lower packages as well. So take Claude. Now put in all your customer interactions. So emails you've been getting from customers, WhatsApp messages you've been getting from customers, whatever it is. Put it in Claude. Now understand. Let Claude run a prompt for you and understand why are your customers churning? What products are your customers asking for that you are not providing? Because what tends to happen is when you have or you leave that information to your customer service team, because it's not within the scope of work, they brush it off. But that is a new revenue line for your business. So you need to ask these important questions. Now, to manually go through your WhatsApp messages and do that might be a bit tedious. So there's AI to help you leverage that. So step one, put your customer interactions in Claude. As much as you can, do that. The second thing I would say you should invest in is ensure your security systems are in place. And I would say invest in a CRM. Now, the reason being, back to the first question you asked, our data is scattered. Everything is all over the place. Teams are talking in WhatsApp instead of the designated Teams or Slack or wherever you're supposed to be talking. Customers are talking to your team in different ways. Some are sending you Instagram DMs, some are commenting, some are WhatsApping you. Use a centralized CRM system. Invest in that. If you do that and your CRM system is AI powered, you get the best of both worlds. One, all your communication and customer information is in one space. And we've deployed this for so many of our customers, and we've seen it do wonders. Now, with this CRM system, aside all your customer interaction being in one place, your numbers and your dashboards, your profitability is in one place. And now you can now prompt the CRM system because of the AI feature on top of it. So now if you're a busy manager, for example, and you want to know let's say, which pharmaceutical branch of mine, so let's say you have 10 branches, is underperforming. By just that one prompt, it can pull all of your numbers and give you the information you need. Which of my customers are likely to churn in the next 3 months? It can pull that information for you and give it to you. So I would say that the first thing is do an audit, understand the problem you are trying to solve, and then the bulk of this 50,000 CDs, invest it in an AI-powered CRM that allows you to prompt, understand your business insights, and make decisions quickly.
Spoken like a true data scientist.
Absolutely.
So, Darlington, you know, we're in Ghana. And when we say AI, people think Accra, because, you know, this is where the action is. So can AI realistically close the urban-rural healthcare gap? Because let's face it, a rural clinic with no reliable internet, is AI useful to them? And why?
Yes, definitely. As a matter of fact, the need for it is much greater outside of Accra than there is in Accra. So a popular space that we work in is radiology. There's about 100 radiologists in all of Ghana. That sounds bad until you ask how many of them are outside Ghana, and the number is very, very tiny. A whole region can have just a handful of them, right? And so having AI systems situated in places like that is much helpful. But as I was saying, it's not theoretical that we are taking AI outside of Accra or beyond Accra, right? But also one misconception is that, you know, whenever we think rural, we think of no internet. From my experience, sometimes outside of Accra, you get better reception because there's less pressure on the networks. Compared to Accra, when, you know, after working hours, you can barely use the internet because everyone is home and trying to watch some TikTok videos, right? So, yes, I think the telcos, MTN and Vodafone and the others, they've done a good job of expanding coverage. We're actually one of the leading African countries when it comes to nationwide coverage. I think the number is 80%, which is very high. So if that's the case, it's a misconception to imply that AI can't go beyond Accra. But also there are initiatives. The World Bank has an initiative where they are putting fiber optic cables in areas like hospitals, schools beyond Accra. And they've already serviced, I think the last time I spoke with the ministry was 200 health facilities outside of Accra, and they have a few hundred more to go. Fiber optic cables and everything for internet access. And we are leveraging that to do a number of the scale-up. We've also had meetings with the MTN team to discuss some of the deployment projects we have outside of Accra, doing things like whitelisting, so that if someone is trying to access an AI system for emergency care in a health facility in Takwa or somewhere like that, they should be whitelisted and given much more bandwidth than someone who is just trying to watch TikTok videos. So there's definitely initiatives happening, and there's going to be more of that. So the key goal here is that let's all do the best with the constraints that we have now to leverage AI system to ensure that we are transforming Ghana and making it beneficial to the average Ghanaian, because that's what it needs to translate to. It can't just sit with, you know, the enterprise business community, the tech people. It needs to be thought by the average person that goes to the markets in so-called rural Ghana. I'm not really a fan of that term, but they need to start feeling the benefits of this technology. And to do that, we need to all bring in our strongholds, collaborate, and we can make that happen.
Wonderful. So, Foster, we've heard lots of times when we have these AI discussions, everyone says Africa is becoming an AI consumer market rather than part of the creators of these AIs. So what's the one structural thing that's going to change it, and who has to do that?
Probably answered part of this. No man is an island, and no one person is responsible for making Africa one of the top destinations to realize what localization of artificial intelligence will look like on a very diverse continent like ours. And so all the way from, we've seen big signals all the way from the African Union down to the various sovereigns, down to the innovation ecosystem, down to corporates, down to individual consumers. The agency has been very, very clearly demonstrated. You find people in the what you would typically term rural areas actually using artificial intelligence more than you may think. Why? Because our constraints, which is around people, skilled resources, we have more people than we have tutors, skilled teachers or tutors. We have more people than we have healthcare professionals to be able to attend to them. We have more people than we have infrastructure to be able to serve them. And so artificial intelligence will become that tool that augments these infrastructural gaps to quickly drive Africa towards that destination of inclusion, being able to give everyone an equal opportunity to compete in a fair world and have a decent economic standard of living. And so no one single agency will be responsible or is responsible for Africa's artificial intelligence acceleration. It will take all of us coming together, shaking hands to make sure it works. And we've seen people like Darlington who have been at it have made sure to be at the forefront of this opportunity, has represented Africa boldly in several places. We have Kevin Kisi, who is in somewhere in San Francisco and has built Zoff AI, which basically does AI governance and also supports pre-production, release testing, quality assurance, and all the nuances surrounding making sure you don't leave your AI unattended to, so it becomes too autonomous to take over your systems. So they are Ghanaians, they are Africans innovating aggressively, they are governments investing aggressively, showing all the signals to the right investors. So I think the promise that we are already in the journey. The promise is very clear, and yeah, like I mentioned, no one person is going to make this work. It's to take all of us coming together. Then thanks for MTN. Thanks to MTN for putting this together and for taking the mantle to invest in the infrastructure required and buying back a lot of the infrastructure that is foreign owned or back onto the continent to make sure that we can drive the acceleration we need within the local context of our.
Thank you very much, Foster. And I didn't want to be a very selfish, moderator and ask all the questions. I wanted to give you the opportunity to ask questions, but because we're running out of time, we're going to make this possible during the breakout sessions so you can interact with our experts at the table here. So thank you very much, Foster, all the way from Washington. Thank you very much, Darlington, all the way across from me. Thank you, Estelle, and thank you, Ifia, and thank you for the pleasure of your time, for listening to us. And we hope the report that was shared is going to be adopted, because next year, when we're back here, we want to hear more, want to see more hands up first, and hear more success stories and failures, so we can learn from them. So, round of applause to the panel.
And a round of applause to our able moderator, Kwabna Ofe, Kwadin Krumah, Kobe Spikey. How about a group photo right here in the middle? Oh, put Foster in the middle so that they can have one picture together. And while they're that, ladies and gentlemen, we have a unique proposition. We don't want you to just ask 3-4 questions. We want you to engage with the panelists. How about that? Is that a good deal? So for 30 minutes, we want to have breakout sessions. Check your lanyard, and per the color of your lanyard, you would see that we have 3 breakout sessions. We have those who are in black. Yours is the station at the back. As a matter of fact, about breakout sessions. Blue, yellow, breakout sessions. Blue, yellow, and black. Our distinguished panelists, let's have you back on stage. One more photo, please. While they're at that, let's reconvene into our various breakout sessions. The black, yours is at the back. Black. Blue, yours is to my front right, which is, I believe, to your front left. And yellow, yours is to my front left, which is to your front right. Moderating for yellow, we have Sylvester Mauli Adams. He's a co-founder and chief data officer, 40 Analytics. He'll be joined by two members of the panel. For blue, your moderator is the CIO, Access Bank, David Quigreen. And he'll also be joined by two of the panelists. Black, you would have the blessing of having the man himself, Darlington Akogo, as your moderator. There's enough food after this, so please don't be in a hurry. You know how we do it at MTN Business. Are we all set? Yellow, blue, and black. Okay, please release my moderator. Senior, you are with black. Wait. Ah, you're wearing blue or black? Really? Make sure they're fine. Let the breakout sessions begin now. We reconvene in exactly 20 minutes, please. For those who have white lanyards, you may choose any group of your choice. Please, you may go to any group of your choosing. Thank you. Mr. David Quagreen, CIO, Access Bank, are you here? You are the moderator for, okay, blue. Mr. Darlington, all good? Maudie Adams, on duty. 5 minutes more. Let's get ready to wrap up. 5 minutes more. Let's get ready to wrap up. Okay, breakout sessions. Please stop work. Pens down. Pass your papers forward. I want a representative from each breakout group to just share with us the takeaways. Shall I start with black? Yellow, are you ready? Or shall I do blue? Okay, I think black is ready. Who wants to share?
No, the yellow.
Okay. Okay, Andrews Fosuhene you speak on measuring ROI and performance of instruments. Ladies and gentlemen, let's lend him our attention. Andrew, where are you? Oh, please, come into the light.
Hello. Thank you, and good afternoon to you all. My name is Andrews Fosuhene. I'm CTO of MojoPay Ghana Limited. So for our team, we discussed about the measuring the impact of the return on investment on AI tools. So what's actually we discussed over here is actually how you're being able to measure the AI tools that you're using and the investment that's going into it, and how you're able to make informed decisions, whether it's supporting your business to continue using them or just to back up. So key things were discussed, and the common ones that came out was that you first have to look at the cost of these tools that you are using, and then also the adoption rate, if indeed the people, or let's say the intended impact will be achieved, or a lot more people would be using it into that. And then also you have to also assess the risk associated with that. How are you able to assess the risk? First of all, you need to have an inventory of all your AI tools, and then do periodic, reviews of that to know which ones are actually supporting you, and which ones are not actually in favor of the business, so that you're able to actually, take decisions on that side. How are you able to take decisions? We discussed 3 items: whether to keep on moving with the assisted tools, that's the AI tools, or to increase the AI tools actually in the team, assuming you come to the realization that it's really supporting the business, or just part way with assisted tool, that is to kill it or stop subscribing to those tools. Then we had a concerns about on the cases where you want to part way with these tools. We know well that these tools are being trained with the prompt that we use, and then also some data that we might have already fed these, tools with. So if you are actually, signing off from this platform, what then happens to the data that you've already, populated this AI tools with? How are you going to make it in? And then another thing that came up was also confidentiality. That is putting up high confidential data, information of your companies into these AI platforms and tools. And the solution that we got out over there is that clearly most of these companies actually will want AI to support our production, yet we do not have, policies that really guide us on how to use them. So therefore, every company will need to have these clear policies on how to use this AI tools, so that people or the members and the group, team members are able to, make judgment on what kind of data they prompt this AI to. So these are the things that we learned from our team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Dr. Nafeti T. Pupulampo, I hope I got that correct, leading hybrid human AI teams.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so to make this short, the considerations that seemed to be overarching, I think, are on issues of ring fencing AI, and the notion was that if you had an AI agent in your organogram, what does that look like, and what are the risks and considerations? And so I think some of them were the ideas of how adaptable and flexible the team was to work with an AI alongside each other. We learned a lot from Susan. She's a head of tech at Coca-Cola on integrating some AI agents, and people, more than it would be for hiring a human, people feel like they're coming for their jobs, right? So having to manage that whole idea of how will you make people not feel like AI is coming for their jobs and that it's rather helping them to do what they need to. She also had some really great points about having the philosophy as an organization that you do not plan to replace your workers, but you want to enhance their work. And maybe in the long run, they will end up being replaced, and that's okay because the people coming up later would have picked up a whole bunch of other tech jobs, but it shouldn't be that sort of a shock where you just drop a whole bunch of people and put them in. I think the other thing that came up a lot was the level of supervision that they would require because of things like hallucination, and we have known AI to turn evil or start blackmailing people when they're under threat or just doing some dastardly things. So those were other considerations, that AI has shown signs of resisting human control if they feel threatened. Not that they're sentient, but they're intelligent enough to do that sort of thing. And so I think that was the main one. I gave the analogy of thinking of AI that are doing repetitive tasks, kind of like a police canine. He is an officer, he's badged, but he doesn't go out without his handler. So there's always somebody who keeps the AI in check. So I think that was pretty much I would say that's pretty much the overall. It's just close supervision, the further you go away from a completely autonomous AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pupulampu. And now, finally, Ambassador Francis Ofosu-Kobia. Ambassador, where are you? Okay.
Thank you very much. We are the Black group, the Real Africans. What we were considering is building AI-first business model. So we consider things like AI security, AI hallucination, AI challenges, and AI advantages. So our topic, building AI-first business model, we define it, and we said, when you want to maybe do something, let's say you want to write a letter to the president of Ghana, but you don't know how to do it. So you just tell the AI that, please, I want to write a letter to the president of Ghana, give me a draft. So the AI will give it to you. Then you as the human will add the human touches to it. You see that it's complete, and you send it. But what we learn is that don't do copy and paste. When the AI give you, dear president, blah, 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 just copy everything and paste. Maybe the AI will ask, oh, I've done it beautifully for you. So the president, when reading your letter, will see, I've done it beautifully for you. So that is one of the issues. Then security. So we did an example, and we have people from finance, hospitality, agric, and construction, how they have done this. And from finance, people's information, for hospitality, people's information. So there are some documents, you cannot just upload them and give it to the AI, they are security document. So we advise that our members that with security document, you cannot upload it to the general AI usages. Then hallucination, that is AI making your head big. Sometimes you ask AI question and it gives you some interesting things that you think, oh, you are the best person. What we decided to do is we have to be AI prompt engineer. So when you are asking a question, please add specific things that you want. I want to do agriculture. I want to plant coconut. I want to plant coconut in the western region. Can it do well? Then you add things like that. So all of us, we need to learn how to be prompt engineers so that the AI doesn't give you a general information. Then on challenges, we centered it around Ghana. We realized that in Ghana, most of our businesses are informal sector. So how do we put all this information that we have today with the AI? How can the AI help my building construction, your agric, your hospitality, your hospital work, this and that? We said that we need to build our own system which understands us so that we own the sovereignty of it. Then advantage, we realized that it helped us work very fast. So one of the gentlemen gave an example that he had 18 documents that he needed to review, but it wasn't a security document, so he gave it to the AI. The AI gave this and that to it, and later he added his own thing to it. So our bonus, those who are doing agric, we had an agric AI called Cara Agro, CARAAGRO. It detects diseases and problems in agriculture. So those who are doing agric, you can take it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do you use AI? Yes. Is it free or paid?
Free.
It's free. That's why they will hallucinate. Please pay, oh, pay. But right about now, ladies and gentlemen, it's the wow moment. Oh, put your hands together. It's the wow moment. Come on. Today we come with a high-end device. High-end device. And ladies and gentlemen, walking us through the wow moments, make welcome yours and mine, Louisa Anefi. Oh, Louisa, something small. You don't know that? Oh, okay. I thought you knew that. That's what you teach me.
Hello, hello, hello. We call this the wow moment because, wow. Thank you. A Galaxy Z Flip 7. Only one winner this time, the top 3. 2 and 3 will go away with congratulations, well done. 4 to 122 will go away with a clap. So it is very simple. 10 questions around our discussions in the room today, and a few other sneaky questions about MTN Ghana. And then the winner goes away with this wow device. Are we ready? Please scan. Just so you know, if you are staff of MTN, if you are working the event, if you are a photographer, working with the sound team, if you are one, we will take you off, and the second person will win. So please don't scan if you are working the event with us today. Please help us to help you. If you are working with Chinosis, if you are working with MBA, so Allison, Winston, Biobab, yes, please do not scan so that our distinguished guests can win this wonderful device. Please do not give your device to someone to scan. We will find you. I'm loving the names as well. Yes, Coco. Please scan. Let me know when you're all done scanning. Everyone in? Is everyone in? No? Why? What phone are you using? You need this one. Come closer, scan, so you can scan better next time. Okay, are we ready? Josephine, are you ready? Good luck. May the best person win. 15 seconds on each question. Okay, here we go. This year's CTI conference is which edition? We should all know this. Can you see? The chairs are in the way. Let me help you. But you should know it without the possible. Thank you. I think we can move this as well. Okay, 4th, 77, 9, 5, and 11. We can move these out as well. Josephine, give us a few minutes. Let's move the rest out. Good. Okay, are we good? Okay, let's roll to question 2. Brand A in the lead. Who said in their speech, inclusion is not our charity, it is our strategy? Angela Mensah-Poku, Estelle, Jacqueline Asare, Bernard Akwa, Efia Jamra. If you were listening, you should get this. Let's hope we were all listening. The device is at stake. Wow. Okay, wow, this is very competitive. Brand A, did you whisper to the person next to you? Please do not tell anyone your nickname. Your enemies will find you, and they will overtake you. Okay, which location did Foster speak from? If you don't know who Foster is, you will not even know where he spoke from. So you should know who Foster was. Washington, D.C., New York, Kaswa, South Africa. It can never be Kaswa. Anyone from Kaswa here? Kasland. Okay, 80 people got a 0 for Kaswa. I told you, 0. No one chose Kaswa. Kaswa is suffering. Okay, Irano's still in the lead. Congratulations, Irano. Let's see if you can hold it. Okay, next question. What is the name of our panel moderator show on Joy FM? Our panel moderator, the Tech Bros, the Geek Folks, the Geek Squad, the Tech Show. Let's see how many people were paying attention. Our moderators show on Joy FM. Wow. The Geek Squad is the answer. 39 people said the Tech Show. Wow, interesting. Okay, let's see who's still in the lead. Irano. Again, do not let your enemies find you. Okay, next question. What is the moderator's name? So now you know his show, but what is his name? Darlington Akogo Jerry Ajololo. Who spells that? It was not me, for sure. Foster Akugri Kobe Spikey. What was the moderator's name? Let's see how many of us get it. Wow, 47 of us. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Irano still in the lead. Wonderful. Let's hope he holds it. He or she. I'm hoping it's a woman. True or false? Saad Said's presentation was on the intelligent genosis. True or false? True or false? Very simple. Few seconds to go. I'm praying everyone will get this. Wow. It was on the intelligent enterprise. Thank you. Irano, your enemy has found you. When was the national AI strategy launched in Ghana? 23rd of April, 24th of April, 22nd of March, and 24th of March. This was just this week, or last week somewhere. So, wow. Thank you very much. Congratulations. The minister will be very proud of us. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next question. I learn from data, but never go to school. I improve over time, yet I have no memory. That was very quick. Okay. Of yesterday, what am I? What am I? A chatbot, a database, a machine learning model, a human analyst. Riddle, riddle. Wow, congratulations. 47 people got this right. Let's see, Irano is back. It's definitely a woman. Strong comebacks. MTN's history began in Ghana in which year? 1996, 1994, 1997, 1998. Which of these? Our history began in which year? Some people are very confident that they know this answer, but I assure you. Okay, 1994, 30 people. That's good. That's good. People are calculating wrongly. Last question. I assure you, this is also a woman. Okay, last question. Thomas Ejewureko is also known as Kiddy, Pat Thomas, King Paluta, E.T. Mensah. This is the deciding one. Thomas Ejewureko is also known as, drum roll, Pat Thomas, please, is King Paluta, yeah? So I'm sorry, that is King Paluta's name. But well done. I mean, Pat Thomas also scored a few points there. So we have a winner. 3, congratulations, Irano. You did good. Let's see you. Kia number 2. Hey! Can we see all 3 of you? Can we see all 3 of you? Who is Ayehuhu? Aye. At this point, if you volunteer to be aye, no one is going to challenge you because they are not coming up. So, Irano, where are you? Irano, is that you? Okay. Kia. Ah. And aye, AI. I'm counting down to 1. If you are not here, it will go to our lady here. Were they playing online, perhaps? Can you check online for us? But then if you are playing online, what if you type the questions in quickly? You can easily, you know. They were playing online. No. Then number 2 wins. Yay! I told you it was a woman. The first game, all 3 of them were men, and we decided that that must change. Thank you. We'll invite Angela to do us the honors. Sorry, you have to climb just one last time. I'll help you up. Congratulations. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, you unwrap the phone and take a selfie with all of us. How about that? At the end of the show, that's what will happen. But ladies and gentlemen, shortly we shall break out for lunch. But before that, let's have the closing thoughts of our very own... Bringing closer to today's deliberations, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite for the closing remarks. Ooh, technology. Mr. Godwin Ajima, he's our senior manager, enterprise sales. Make him welcome with a round of applause.
Clap for yourselves for staying up this time to be with us. It's been a wonderful session. Unlike Bernard, I'll read a speech. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we draw down the curtains to this year's Ctio Roundtable conference, I want to take a moment to reflect on what an incredible session it has been. One message stands out with absolute clarity. Artificial intelligence is not necessarily a future ambition, it is a present-day imperative. It's important to note that the decisions made as CTIOs and technology leaders today will define not only the future of our organizations, but importantly, the trajectory of our economies and societies. Over the past few hours, we have had the opportunity to hear from visionary leaders, dive deep into emerging technologies like AI, shared bold ideas, and explored innovative strategies that are shaping the future of our organizations and industries. As CTIOs, we are not just enabling businesses, we are driving them. And more than that, we are shaping the culture, ethics, and direction of innovation in a fast-changing world. The true measure of this conference will not be the quality of discussions that have been had, but the speed with which we execute. Execution. On behalf of MTN Business, I would like to extend our heartfelt thank you to our speakers and panelists. Your insights, energy, and commitment have indeed made this conference truly exceptional. To all of you, our distinguished participants and guests, thank you so much for bringing your curiosity, questions, and your open minds. Let's take what we have learned here and turn them into actions. Let's continue to push boundaries, break silos, and lead with purpose. I believe the conversations will not end here. Let's stay connected and keep innovating. God willing, I look forward to seeing all of you in version 5 at the CTIO conference next year. Stronger, smarter, and even more inspired. At MTN Business, we believe everyone deserves the benefit of a modern connected life. Thank you again. Safe travels back. It's rain, so don't forget, drive safely. And I look forward to impact as we create this together. Thank you all, and God bless us all.
Ladies and gentlemen, many thanks to Godwin Ajima for that closing. But right about now, this is where I get to close you officially. But since it's AI, let's redo it. How about that? A round of applause for my co-MC Zuri. Zuri, are you online? In 5.
As we conclude today's conference on AI and the future of business, one thing is clear. AI is not just transforming industries, it is redefining the very foundation of how we create value and impact. I am Zoom, your AI co-MC, and it has been an honor to be part of this journey with you. Have an excellent day ahead.
You will not take my job, oh. In Jesus' name, you will not take my job. I have a wife and 3 side chicks. You will not take my job. But all too soon, we come to the end of yet another successful CTIO Africa Roundtable. The takeouts are many, but I believe that all of us are poised to make AI an enhancement and not just something which will relegate us. To this end, we've put together a little, call to action. If we can all rise with our phones in hand, let's do this together. Operator, are we ready? Mr. Operator, do we have it ready? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say MTN CTIO 2026, and we're going to say this together and capture it in video. Are we ready? So turn your cameras on. Are we ready for the video? Make sure you capture yourself within the video. MTN CTIO 2026. What say you? Hip hip, hip hip, and hip hip. Please send this out there using the hashtag MTN CTIO 2026. We'll see you again next year. But for now, let's all come up for a group photograph. Angela together with Bernard. Let's have the group team first. And thereafter, we shall all be led upstage to join for a group photograph. Team Africa Business together with Exco. Chinosis, let's have you join. Ladies and gentlemen, shortly we'll be directed to the tables. There's enough to eat, enough to drink. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not miss out on the exhibitions. We've put together a booth to register all agents. Please do well to visit the booth. Next, let's have our speakers, our panelists and moderator. Panelists and moderator, please join. All our panelists and moderator. And finally, all CIOs, all CTIOs. all CIOs, all CTIOs, please join us on stage together with the speakers and moderator, panelist and moderator. An amendment, lunch is served at the Omanye Hall, not here, the Omanye Hall. All our VIPs will be led by the ushering team, but all of us can please make our way to the Omanye Hall for lunch. CTIO, smile small. Oh. All right. Thank you very much. Where would you have it? When? After lunch or right now? For those who had invitations for meetings, it's happening at the Labadi Suite right now. So all those who were sent invitations for meetings, please, it's happening right now at the Labadi Suite. Your lunch will be served there while having the meeting. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. What a middle. Make a cut for the backdrop. Oh, okay, no, make a do something.
Pascal is showing his boss the efficient new technology they've installed. She is pleased, but now she's asking, why is that still there? Pascal explains that he hired a security guard to protect the data shed. The boss is not so pleased anymore. If you haven't upgraded to cloud storage yet, it's time to get business done better with MTN Business.
This is the banking app that makes you live a lot more. Even when the family is apart, connection is just a tap away with the Stanbic app.
That's my daughter.
Oh!
I've got this.
Yay! You are the best!
Thank you.
What do you wait for? You don't know, you don't go listen anything. Every day, I beg, why? The water is free.
Ghana Water Disconnection Team.
Level up to one secure experience and do more with the Stanbic Bank app.
Grandma, oh yeah, guy!
And with Spend Insights, you instantly understand your spending, so planning becomes effortless. Download the Stanbic app now on the Google Play and Apple App Store.
Is everything okay? Oh my God.
Pascal is showing his boss the efficient new technology they've installed. She's pleased, but now she's asking, why is that still there? Pascal explains the new fleet-finding darts are more accurate than the old ones. The boss is not so pleased anymore. If you haven't automated your fleet management yet, it's time to get business done better with MTN Business.
Are endless once you digitize intelligence. So for me, the tech itself super excites me.
The Ghanaian said he was often frustrated with wait times at local hospitals.
Every time you go there, you cannot predict how long you even be there, whether you get the right care. It was a lot of frustrating experience.
In 2022, the World Health Organization estimated there are less than 2 doctors for every 10,000 people in Ghana. Akogo started Mino Health AI labs to help doctors diagnose, screen, and prescribe treatment plans for a variety of cancers and diseases.
The goal is to reduce the demand, or at least to close the demand gap by leveraging AI system. We looked at AI for 3D bioprinting, we went into pneumonia, diabetes. Our major focus now is radiology, so being able to interpret medical results. So we have AI systems that are able to look at mammograms to detect breast cancer. We have AI systems that can look at X-rays to detect lung cancer, different types of lesions and all that.
So far, the company says